Hey everyone, this is Alan Schimmel and you're watching TechStrong TV. Today is Thursday, October 8th, and it's episode 100 of TechStrong TV. So happy birthday, or happy 100 to TechStrong TV. Hard to believe that we're at episode 100. You know, for those of you who don't know the backstory, we've spent the last 3 more years here at MediaOps, DevOps.com, traveling to conferences around the world, doing video interviews, broadcasting live, trying to bring people who couldn't get to some of these great conferences a flavor and a taste of what was going on at the conferences. Of course, when COVID hit in early March, that came to a screeching halt. And quite frankly, I wasn't sure what to do. I wasn't sure if DevOps.com and MediaOps would survive with everything going on, right? And this catastrophe. And, you know, we have our in-house studio here at MediaOps headquarters. We have a great audio-video team. And I thought it was trying to think of something to do, and I came up with the idea of TechStrong, right? That the tech community was going to be strong through this. And we started 2 initiatives. One was to do a virtual conference around the strength of TechStrong, and that became TechStrong Con, or Conf, that we held in June, and it was an amazing conference with, I think it was over 50 different sessions, just great stuff, some amazing speakers. The other thing was TechStrong TV. We started doing 5 days a week of 2 to 3, sometimes more hours of video streaming every day. We didn't really have any real rules when we started, but the idea was to keep our audience, and we had no audience, we started it from scratch, to keep our audience up to speed on what was the news of the day, what was happening in our community, what other people like them were doing, seeing, listening to, and hearing. We developed a cadence. We started, interviewing thought leaders, practitioners, vendors, analysts, everyone and anyone who we thought would be interesting to our audience. We tried to keep you up to date on what's going on around the MediaOps sites, our webinars. Just really give a lifeline out to all of you who weren't working in the office anymore, who were working from home. Some of you were working from home before this, but it was different. And so that was the idea behind TechStrong TV. We did it for 5 days a week, I think for about 3 or 4 months. And quite frankly, more power to the people who do daily radio and TV shows 5 days a week, because it's a grind. So we cut it back to 3 days a week. We do fresh content every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday here on TechStrong TV. And even that is quite a lot. It's taken all of the resources here at MediaOps, but I want to thank a few people who have really contributed both in front of the camera and behind the camera. In addition to myself hosting every day, or 3 days a week now, doing interviews, our managing editor, Charlene O'Hanlon, day in and day out, in addition to doing her moderating of our webinars and editing and publishing and everything else, manages to find time every day to do at least one interview, the news, and webinar preview. So Charlene O'Hanlon has just done great. And then Mitch Ashley, CEO, co-founder of Accelerated Strategies Group at the Analyst Corner. Mitchell has every day, again, does his commentary and video almost every single show. And it's hard. I mean, it's nice to do once in a while. When you got to do it 3 times a week, 5 times a week, it's hard. So many thanks to Mitchell and Charlene for being, just troopers through all of this. In addition to that, we've had other, we've had Mike Vizard. Mike probably does maybe 1 a week, sometimes more, sometimes less, but Mike's been a semi-regular contributor here, and thanks to Mike, his channel Roundup and some of his interviews have been great. I also want to thank Jane Grohl, my partner over at DevOps Institute. Jane Explains has been sporadic, but when they're on, they're great, and they might be back on soon. My friend John Willis, the one and only Bachagaloop. Early on, John was doing weeklies for us here, and of course his Red Hat duties have kind of called him away from doing that. But John had some amazing content on here. Here's the great thing. Every single segment of TechStrong TV is up over at Digital Anarchist. You could search it by who the guest was, who the host was, what the subject or company was, and it'll pop up over on Digital Anarchist. So if you've ever missed anything or want to go back to watch anything that we've done on TechStrong TV, you can check it out on Digital Anarchist. I spoke about the in front of the screen people. I wanted a brief word about people behind the screen. Our Vice President of Video here is Paul Gustafson. Paul comes in every day. He sits on the other side of this camera, counting me down, recording everything, and doing all of this. And then, Brian Yaskulker, our VP of Multimedia, Brian and Paul almost every day. Someone has to edit these videos, someone has to assemble the show, someone has to upload it and then make sure it gets streamed. And every day Brian and Paul are doing that. They've been joined over the last few months as our load is increased by Andrew Weiner, Andy. Andy's our third video crew member, and he's also involved day to day in the show at TechStrong TV, as well as helping as we've spun up things like the CISO Talk series and DevOps Unbound, and of course our Cyber Hero Adventures with Gary Berman, and we have more in the works for you. So lots of people to thank. And then, beyond Paul and Brian and Andy, just the whole media ops team for chipping in, the social media team, who every day is putting out there who's coming up tomorrow and giving people a clue of what to hit, of what to watch. Most of all, though, I want to thank you, each and every one of you. We average about 8,000 to 9,000 unique viewers a day watching TechStrong TV. We started at 0, as I said, in March. That's an amazing number, right? To think, and it's really what keeps us going day in and day out, to know that there's, 8,000 to 9,000 and growing every single day, people around the world, and it is global. It's from all over the world. Logging on, listening or watching, whether it's on Facebook or LinkedIn or YouTube or any of the DevOps.com, Container Journal, Security Boulevard sites, or even on our mobile app, which is at DevOps.com, or our DevOps.com Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire apps that you can watch on your TV. We don't care. Or watching it on demand if you can't catch the stream. So thank each and every one of you for allowing us into your office space, whether it's at your home or at an office or somewhere else, and for sharing with us. We love having the ability to reach you and try to keep you informed. So happy 100 to TechStrong TV. For today's 100th episode, I've asked Charlene and Mitchell to go back and pick their favorite episodes that they want to highlight for today, and I've picked 4 of my own. In picking my 4, I was really betwixt and between. Do I pick the ones that I had the most fun doing? Do I pick the ones that had the most views? Do I pick the ones that I think were most kind of high watermarks for what we're doing here at TechStrong TV? And I actually wound up doing a little of each. So my 4 interviews that I picked to highlight are as follows. Number 1, the single segment that had the most views was with my friend Mike Rothman of Disrupt Ops. And it's actually Mike's birthday, so happy birthday to you, Mike. Mike, of course, is a former analyst, well, still an analyst. And about 10 years ago, him and my friend Rich Mogul and Adrian Lane started an analyst firm called Securosis. That's still around, and they've done amazing stuff in the cyber world. And then Mike, Rich, and other friends of mine, Jody Brazil and Brandy Peterson, started Disrupt Ops, a cloud security DevSecOps provider, solutions provider. And I had Mike on, and he spoke a little bit about bringing security to developers, DevOps, and SREs, and other non-security folks. It was a great segment. As I said, it was the highest watched segment we've ever done. So I want to bring that on for you today. Then I began to think about some of the really, here at TechStrong TV during this COVID situation, we've had the chance to interview CEOs, newsmakers, really as the DevOps world has continued to accelerate. We've had the chance to really speak to some of the leaders in the DevOps space. And so I highlight 3 different videos that I'm going to bring to you. The first is with my friends from CloudBees. It's my friend Sasha Labarre. Sasha is the, of course, founder, CEO of CloudBees, and he's going to be joined in this episode by Sean Ahmed, SVP Product. And this is a recent one, just from a couple weeks ago. Sasha and Sean gave us a preview of DevOps World, which had over 25,000 registrations for a virtual event, and also, introduced the Software Development Management, SDM, product. So it was a great conversation, but more importantly, it serves, I could have picked several conversations with Sasha. He's been on with us several times on TechStrong TV. CloudBees continues to be a leader in this space. Sasha continues to be a dynamic leader at CloudBees. He's won awards in the past as a great leader from CloudBees, and I'm happy to showcase him here on this today. My next one is also one of my personal favorites. It's with the 3 JFrog co-founders, Shlomi Ben Hayim, Yoav Landsman, Fred Simon. This again was just last week as JFrog IPO'd, a very, very successful IPO, and it really, again, sets the mark for the rest of the DevOps world to follow, as JFrog often does. I've had a great time with Shlomi, Yoav, and Fred over the years. I've been to Israel with them. We've been together at conferences around the world. This was a live feed that we did on the very day of their IPO. We had some difficulties, as live things tend to happen, but I think you'll enjoy it, and really, every time I watch them, I smile, because this was just a great day for them and for the rest of the DevOps industry. So we have Shlomi and Yoav and Fred there, and I hope you'll enjoy that one. And then for my fourth interview, I went back to one I did with Mr. Ashok Reddy and Mark Lorian. Ashok, a DevOps leader, IBM, CA Broadcom, is the CEO of what is now called Digital AI. Digital.ai was formed originally with the merger of Zibia Labs and CollabNet version 1. But it didn't have a name. It was a new company. They were going to change it. They then purchased or acquired a security company, and since then have done a few more acquisitions, all the while we're in COVID and they haven't been able to meet face-to-face. Ashok's just done an amazing job there with it. And in this interview with Ashok and Mark, they actually announced the name, that the new companies are going to be called Digital.ai, and what they're doing, end-to-end DevOps, value stream management. It's a great interview. And, I look back at it and I say, look, we've got Sasha, CEO of CloudBees. We've got the JFrog co-founder CEO and Ashok, CEO of Digital AI. That gives you an inkling into the kind of guest that we have here on TechStrong TV. Where, it's not just CEOs. We're talking to practitioners and CIOs and CTOs, as well as people who are working every single day actually doing DevOps and cloud native and digital transformation and cybersecurity. So those were my 4 favorites. Then Charlene's going to do the news today, because there's news every day, 100th show or not. Charlene's picked 2 that she wants to highlight to you. One is with Ali Parker of Redgate Software, and one is with Larry Gordon. She'll also have a webinar preview. And then Mitchell's picked 2 of his favorites. One is a panel with Mark Settle, Tom Goglin, and Evelyn Orlick. Actually, Evelyn leads the panel on that one. And Jeff Weber, and that's a great panel. And then another one is Mitchell's conversation with Tracy Reagan, who's CEO, founder of Deploy Hub, as well as member of the CD Foundation board. Good stuff. So 2 good ones from Mitchell. And then I'll be back to wrap things up. So it is a great 100th episode of TechStrong TV today. Stay with us. We're going to take a commercial, and we'll be right back.
Congratulations, TechStrong TV. 100 episodes is quite an accomplishment. Thank you for always delivering the best content, and thank you to the amazing team working behind the scenes to make all of this possible. Congratulations!
All the second stage tanks now pressurized. 35 seconds and counting. We are still 35 CI/CD pipe and put your observability on. Ground control to Major Tom.
10, 9, ignition
Commencing
sequence start.
countdown, engines on.
6, 5,
Check ignition and may God's love be with you.
This is Major Tom to Ground Control. DevOps Command is here to say, I have a great way for you to engage today. DevOps looks very different, but not to worry. We have KK to show you the way, and Batya Galoob has something to say. And more. DevOps Experience 3 is coming your way October 22nd. And as it has been since the first, it's virtual. We know everything's virtual today, but this one is designed virtual from the start, and it's free as it should be. We have great speakers beyond KK and Batya Galoob, along with lots of learning and interactive chat, expo halls. We're going to be covering CI, CD, observability, GitOps, SRE, tools, the humans of DevOps, and some surprises too. Sign up today at DevOpsExperience.com. DevOps Experience is going to go where no DevOps conference has ever gone before, and the force will be with you. So can you hear me, Major Tom? Can you hear me, Major Tom? See you at DevOps Experience, October 22nd, DevOpsExperience.com. Well, as I said at the top of the show, celebrating episode 100. These are 4 of my favorite interviews that I've done over the last 100 episodes. The first is with my good friend Mike Rothman. Mike is the co-founder of Securosis as well as DisruptOps. Pretty well known within my world of cybersecurity, security insight. And this was the most views for any episode that we've done over the 100 episodes of TechStrong TV. So here's Mike Rothman of DisruptOps and Securosis talking to us about bringing security to developers, DevOps, SREs, and others, non-security kind of folks, and just talking DevSecOps. So here's me talking with Mike Rothman.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us here on another segment for our TechStrong TV. In this segment, I'm joined by my friend Mikey. Mike Rothman. Mike is the president and co-founder of DisruptOps.
Yeah, president of All I Survey is pretty much the way I describe it, yeah.
Okay, of all he surveys from his basement office at home, he surveys quite a lot. This isn't George Washington we're talking about surveying here, but in any event, but he is the president and co-founder of DisruptOps, and also for, all my friends out here in the security world, you know who this guy is. He's been with us. He's been a fixture in the cyber, as we call it now, the security space for as long as I've been in security. So a long time, and always great words of wisdom. Hey, Mike, welcome.
Alan, my friend, it is, it's always fun. I mean, listen, and that's really what it's about, right? It's about trying to learn some stuff, but ultimately it's about having fun. And I'm just excited to be able to spend some time with my old friend and have some fun.
Mike, I tell people, so after 30 years of chasing venture-backed capital, companies and startups, I didn't think this was, this whole media ops thing that I do it was supposed to be an easy deal, an easy gig, right? And I wasn't going to chase that. But I've never had as much fun as I do doing what I do now. And it's because I get a chance to talk to people like you all day. Doesn't suck. Anyway.
You sit behind your desk on your
my
throne.
Green room,
and
my throne, yeah.
wax
all I
poetic.
purvey. Exactly. Hey, what could be bad about this? But anyway, Mike, today's topic is sort of SecOps, right? You know, we grew up, you know, and came up through the ranks, Mike, where we knew who the security guy was. And let's be real, it was a guy, right? And 96.5% of the time, it was a guy. Unfortunately, it's changing a little bit. We've made some progress. It's not always a guy now. But we knew who the security person was, right? It was the security person. They were on the security team, even if it was a one-man team. But it was the security team. In the world of DevOps and cloud and everything we live in now, software delivery pipelines, it's not necessarily the security guy who's doing security, or is it? And I guess that's the question.
Well, you know, I would say 4 or 5 years ago, it was not the security person, right? You know, I think the DevOps team, the cloud team, whatever you wanted to call them, intentionally went around the security people, right? They went around central IT, but they certainly went around the security people. I think that's been changing a little bit because we're starting to see these center of excellence models start to emerge, sure, where you've got a central team that's really advising a lot of the business IT DevOps groups that are implementing a lot of these new technologies. And really they need some guidance, right? So the security team focuses on guidance and managing the governance and compliance piece of things, and in some cases can actually enforce policies, you know, through some type of standard set of guardrails. But it really is, you know, kind of, and that's one of the things I love to talk about, right, is that it really is kind of not defined who is ultimately going to have a lot of the responsibility to enforce the security policies in a lot of these, you know, DevOps based applications moving forward, right? Is it the site reliability engineers? Is it, you know, kind of just the developers themselves? You know, who is the person or individual or group, right, that is responsible for making sure that the security policies are actually enforced in the stacks, right? And I think that's something that is really emerging right now, and we don't have a clear answer. It's something that's pretty squishy in a lot of organizations.
You know, but so let me give you a little analogy. Back when cloud, right? Remember what was the biggest inhibitor to the adoption of the cloud? Security, right? Answer number one. Very good, Alex. You want to buy a vowel? But anyway,
you're getting your game show metaphors all screwed up there, man.
Oh, yeah, something in there. But well, look, I'm old. Okay. But anyway, it was security. And one of the issues were a lot of people would say, but don't worry, the cloud provider is putting a ton of money into security, and I'm relying on their security to keep me secure. And the lesson learned there was you could have you could give off responsibility, but it comes back to when there's a breach on your stuff, whether it was in AWS, Google, Microsoft, or in your server closet, it's still your problem.
That's right. Accountability versus responsibility.
That was the word I was looking for. Yeah. Accountability versus responsibility. And we see the same, I think we see the same thing right now and it's not just DevOps per se. It's in this whole new way that we do.
Let me tell you, it's the democratization of technology, right? Yes. Where you have technology happening, you know, kind of all over the place in a lot of it's spreading to the wind. But ultimately, I believe the security group is accountable for making sure that those policies and those governance is put in place. I think you're going to have business IT. I think you're going to have DevOps responsible for some of these things. And that's one of the models that, you know, kind of makes DisruptOps pretty interesting, is that what we're focused on is really enabling or deputizing, in effect, a lot of these developers, a lot of these ops people to make those changes, because we know the security folks don't necessarily have the power. They don't live there. Or they're not empowered to make changes in a lot of these specific environments. They go and they send an alert, they put in a Jira ticket, right, and it goes and it languishes for X number of times. If we can actually get the information to the people who actually have to make the change, right, the ops people, the developers, then they're in a much better position with all the context that is provided through a lot of the APIs, a lot of the native services that you were just talking about. Then they're in a much better position to know, oh, this policy was violated, click a button, fix it. Or escalate it here, or suppress it, right? This is nonsense. I know this was a change that I made intentionally. Just suppress this so I don't get this alert every 3 minutes, which again contributes to that idea of alert fatigue. And if you think the security people get very frustrated with kind of all the alerts that they get hit with, I mean, think about the developer who's dealing with any number of different things. They get popped with 100 different security alerts. They're not only going to shut it down, they're never going to take the call again, right? So we have to make sure that we're working together to really empower these folks to protect the information, but not really impact their ability to get things done.
Yep. So here's another fundamental problem or issue that we need to recognize when we talk about who's responsible for security today, and there are they estimate there's something like 42 or 44 million developers in the world. If it was a country, it would be the fastest growing country on earth, adding about 20% a year. That's just developers. That's not necessarily testers, SREs, IT ops folks. Take that number, and how many security people do you think are in the world, Mike? A couple million at most. At most.
5, 6 million, maybe. And I know we could go to 10, or I mean, there's opportunity for 10 or 12, but we can't find them.
Right. If you had them, I mean, really exist today. So fundamentally, we have to recognize that there can't be a one-to-one relationship between security folk and developers, DevOps, SRE, etc. So the only way this thing scales is if this huge mass of population of people are not part of the problem, but part of the solution. And when I first started, doing, like, let's say the RSA DevSecOps thing 5-6 years ago, you and Rich were there helping me, right? It was my mission was to take the DevOps tribe, because it was kind of a tribal thing back then, and introduce the security community. And it was kind of like, it was kind of like Hatfields and McCoys, right? Those developers said, those guys are a pain in the butt. They're a pain in the ass. All they do is ever say no, and I get a million alerts from them, and they won't let me ignore it. And I hate these people. They're anti-business.
F these guys. I've heard that more than once.
Absolutely. But to be fair, and and that's what we always heard from them. To be fair, though, when I asked my security friends, and you heard this too, I'm sure, because we all have, we're the only ones. I kind of felt like Donald Trump at the 2016 Republican convention. I'm the only one who can cure this for you, who could handle this. I alone. That was it. I alone. The security community very much had that. Only I could do security. And if you want to do security, you're going to have to rip it out of my cold, dead, stiff fingers, right? And it was like this, right? They knuckles, their fingernails drawing blood. Yeah, the whole thing. So that was 6 years ago. We've made a tremendous amount of progress. A tremendous amount. Disrupt ops and tools like that have really helped. I think what the leaders in this space have recognized is security cannot. Responsibility versus accountability.
Well, I'm going to tattoo it on your arm the next time.
I need to write it down like someone's phone number. Anyway, but security cannot give up accountability. They can't, because but it's the nature of the beast. That's the mission. We are accountable for this, but we must give up responsibility for a lot of the tasks, for a lot of what we do there, to these greater numbers, right? And part of that is recognizing that, they do give a crap about security. They may not be security experts, but they give a crap about security. So here's your mission as a security vendor, a tool vendor. Recognize who's going to pay for your tool. Security team. Recognize who has to sign off off on it and is accountable. Security. Recognize who's going to use it. Who's going to be in that interface all day. Not security. And so you need to start designing tools that are not made for a security guy. They're made.
No, that's exactly right. And I think part of it has to do with is meeting the developers where they are, right?
Yeah.
The developers are in Slack, right? The developers are in Microsoft Teams. The developers are in Jira. So
Yeah.
you've got to be
Or
able to
Git.
deliver the information to them where they are and allow them to, one of the taglines we're toying around with is this idea of no alerts. Well, what do you mean no alerts? You're a security person. Oh my God, that's heresy. Oh, get the rope. I mean, hang this guy. He can't possibly be thinking about, no alerts. Well, no, it's not that you're not alerting the person that's responsible, that something's going wrong. It's giving them the opportunity to take action, right? The ability for them to see the information, have the context, and take action right from where they are. Right. And I think, again, that's just one of these things that, in hindsight, it's so obvious. But as you're struggling through it, you're scratching your head going, well, why don't the security people, why can't they do this? And it's just like, because the security people aren't the ones with the responsibility to make the changes, right? They're not empowered to do these things. They have to influence, right? They have to persuade, and they have to be able to give the folks the information they need in order to understand what they should do and give them a very easy way to do it.
And that is how we deputize, to use your word, the 44 million plus people who are out here doing that, so that we force multiply the relatively minuscule number of security people we have.
Drink. You said force multiply. You got to drink. That's definitely part of the
All right.
buzzword
Look,
drinking game.
I'm quoting Donald Trump at a friggin' Republican convention. I'm already probably half drunk.
Yeah,
let's face it.
we've driven off the ledge on this one already.
I'm all over that. But anyway, let's not even go here because it'll go to a bad place. I see where we're heading. Bring it back, Mike. So
this is where we need guardrails, right?
Yeah, this is where we need not an alert, mind you.
No, we need
Just
guardrails.
something that said
Nudge us back onto the road.
Back on. So that is the mission. But here's another thing I want to bring out, and let's not leave off our friends in SRE and in Ops. The developer, we've created these software factories with the CI/CD pipeline, and the developer kind of rules that roost. He's the alpha, right? At some point, someone presses a deploy button, or it's automated. Stuff's deployed, but it doesn't end the security mission, obviously, nor does it end the DevOps mission. So the cool word these days is observability, right? It used to be called kind of APM, and then we were hot on this AI ops. Now everyone's circling around observability. And, observability. But what does that really mean vis-a-vis security and security operations? And what's the mission there? Is it, we've got accountability, right? And responsibility, but go ahead.
It sounds a lot like visibility to me, right? And we've been talking
Except it's
about
passive.
Well, so is most of what we've been doing in security for a long time. It's not like your vulnerability management tool is an active tool, right? I mean, what we're doing is what we have to have is visibility over all of the resources that you have across your multiple accounts, across your multiple clouds, right? Be able to synthesize all that, understand where the policy violations are, and get that context and information to the folks that can impact change. Right. So I don't see it being much different than what we've been trying to do for a long time. Right. Visibility and then control. The real rub here, which is really a different thing for security, which is so scary for a lot of people, is that we don't actually do the control. Right. That's where we have to deputize or, empower, educate, guide. I mean, whatever words you want to use, we don't have direct influence over a lot of these stacks anymore. So we've got to work with these teams. We've got to be collaborative. We've got to give them the information they need to make the right decisions, which, by the way, is hard. Right? That's hard because, as you said, I mean, you walk into the room, it's like, oh, the security person is here. F that guy.
Right.
Not interested. Whatever you're telling me, not interested, because when it's either compliance time or you have some type of issue, these folks get just, overwhelmed with nonsense, right? Thousands and thousands of alerts every day that just become noise. So it's really about it's not even more about the signal to noise. It's their ability to take very crisp, very clear actions quickly, because they don't, especially an ops person, they don't have time to mess around, right? So if you're not giving them the information they need, they're going to ignore it every day of the week, right? Yep. So that's really where it's interesting. And there's going to be just a huge evolution on the part of what security has to do over the next, 2 to 3 years. And it's going to be pretty cool to watch.
I think it's happening, and it goes back to something you said earlier. The same way we have to give the developers the information and the power within the tools and places they live now, you got to do the same things for these ops folks, for these SRE folks. And if it's observability tools they're using, like a Datadog or App Dynamics, or I don't care, there's plenty of them. Right? Yeah. Dynatrace, Moogsoft, there's tons, there's a lot of good tools. The good news is a lot of them are made to take multiple, not alerts, because it's all about no alerts, as you said, but multiple, informational cues. And, again, I don't want to recreate the SIM disaster.
Right. So we're partners with Datadog, and we view those as triggers, right? I mean, whatever platform it is, we're putting a big push on Security Hub right now, because we know a lot of the folks we want to talk to are aggregating a lot of their findings in Security Hub. It could just as easily be Datadog or any of these other tools. It's right. You get the information there, you figure out what the situation is, you cross a threshold, you basically pull a trigger, and then you take action. Right. Yeah. And that's what we're thinking about. And I think where our view has expanded at Disrupt Ops is that when we said action, it was actually doing something, right? Make a change a configuration, do an API call. What we've realized is that an action could be sending an alert, right? Or putting in a ticket in Jira or ServiceNow or any of these other, specific tools. It's really, again, about giving the information to the people that need it when they need it, with an ability to take action. Just sending them information is not good enough anymore. They have to be able to take action from that point of context. Otherwise, it's just going to get lost in the morass.
And it has to be contextual, Mike, because I think one of making security tools for non-security people is, if you're going to, send them syntax kind of nonsense, right? That, this is a problem with CVE 2341, which is marked as a critical vulnerability. You want to know the truth? They don't give, excuse my language, they don't give a hoot about that, right?
Now we just got the explicit tag, man.
Yeah, all of a sudden, boom. We'll edit that out. But no, but honestly, they don't care about what criticality NIST or MITRE labeled something. If it's something though that could bring down their whole application, they care about it, right? If it's gonna really, be a fly in the ointment, they care about it. And so again, it's playing to your audience. Now, an interesting thing, because we're running low on time, but I'd love to explore with you next time, is how does all this exist, but the security team still has to pay for it out of the security budget? And security budgets, you don't think so?
I don't know. And that's one of the open questions, which is, the security folks, they like to do things everywhere. Right? When they want to do something like that, so you're a global enterprise, you want to pick a tool and roll that out to everyone. It usually doesn't work too well when the central group is telling all of these empowered business IT DevOps folks what tools they want to use. Right. So I'm not making the assumption that it's the security folks that end up paying for it. I think you could have a bunch of teams that go, listen, I have to impact operations because these security people are making me nuts. So I'm just going to buy this tool. And then it may happen. It may come from the bottom up.
So that's a whole nother issue, right? That's what I call the democratization of IT, right? And what's today's, this gets to the rise of open source. I think in today's world that we're talking about, these tools are, so the average enterprise has multiple DevOps teams, right? Not many companies are so advanced that they have a DevOps team across everything. There's bubbles of DevOps within the company. Now, each of these teams, not just security-wise, but they all use the tools of their choice. And 9 times out of 10, these are tools that the developers or DevOps teams picked. They're generally open source. They didn't cost them any money. They bring it in. They use it. Does it work good? Do I like it? Right? There's no sales guy calling them. Right. It's a free tool. It's free to a certain 10 users or whatever. Then what happens is the manager says, you know what? The CIO or whoever is talking about standardizing. And developer says, well, Mike, I love this tool I've been using. I use the open source version, but if we got the enterprise version of it, look at all this other functionality I would get. And it kind of works its way up. So it is bottom up. The same thing, I think, has to happen with security tools, right? You got to get it in people's hands, deliver delight, and because an interesting thing, and I've spoken to a lot of CIOs, CISOs, CTOs, how do you pick the tools that your team is using? It's not, it was a leader in the Gartner Magic Quadrant, right? That's a good cover your ass, but it's not the reason to pick a tool. People pick tools because they're paying these developers and security guys a small fortune to work there. And if you are going to pay someone $250,000 a year to develop code for you, what are you going to tell me? He has to use your tool when he's telling you this is the better tool for the job? So, that's fundamentally changing why you don't hire salespeople. You hire DevRel or community relationships and evangelists and stuff like this. So that's just my 2 cents and what I see.
No, and it's, again, like I said, I mean, I'm pretty sure about where, kind of SecOps is going and where security is going, the funding model, how that's all going to shake out, ultimately where the budget resides. Very much open questions. Very much.
Yeah. Mike, we're way past our time here. I don't think I've ever done one that ended early with you, but 15 years of doing this. Hey, man, you going to come back on soon, though?
I am.
All right, do a little homework on who's paying for it. Let's talk about that next time.
Yes.
All right.
I look forward to that.
Hey, but you know what we didn't do, Mike? People who want to get more information about DisruptOps.
DisruptOps.com. So, again, cloud security automation platform really focused on deputizing the operations people to give them the context and the information they need to fix the security issues that are found basically through a variety of different, tools and triggers.
Excellent, man. Good luck. Say hello to Rich Mogul and Jody and Brandy and everyone else at the DisruptOps team.
I will. Always a pleasure, my friend. We will chat soon.
Absolutely. Mike Rothman, president, co-founder DisruptOps here on TechStrong TV. We'll be right back with our next guest.
Happy 100th episode, TechStrong TV.
Our next episode features my friend Sasha Labarre. I first met Sasha shortly after launching DevOps.com 7 years ago. Over the 7 years, we've developed a good relationship. I consider him a friend. He's a great person. He takes his role and mission at CloudBees seriously, not just on behalf of CloudBees, but on behalf of the whole DevOps industry. In this interview, he's joined with Sean Ahmed, who's running product marketing, product management over at CloudBees. And we just shot this a couple weeks ago. It was around the announcement for SDM and a preview of their upcoming DevOps World, which was just, I guess, a week or two ago with 25,000 registrants. So here's Sasha Labarre and Sean Ahmed of CloudBees.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us on another session here of TechStrong TV. Got some really, well, first of all, I have two good friends as my guests today. We have Sean Ahmed and the one and only Sasha Labouré, CEO of CloudBees. Sasha, Sean, welcome to TechStrong TV. How are you?
Great. Thank you, Alan, for having us.
Doing very great. Good to see you again, Alan.
Good to see you. Big news today. It's DevOps World Day, right? DevOps World Week, if you will. This is the first fully virtual DevOps World, as is most conferences these days. But the good news is in some ways, these virtual events have become a huge democratizer because people don't have to worry about paying for hotels or airplanes or missing work or travel time. They're free. You can log on from whenever. You can log in and log out and log out and log in. As a result, you have something like over 17,000 people registered for DevOps World. Is that right?
That's yesterday's news. We're above
All right,
that.
on my old news. What's the new news? Shoot me. But seriously, I mean, Sasha, I remember sitting with you in the San Francisco Moscone Center last year. And you said, my God, Alan, can you believe this? We're here in the Moscone Center, and we've got, what was it, about 2,500, 3,000 people maybe?
Yeah, it was a huge jump, and we were very proud of that. And now we have like 10x this, and you're right. It's a huge democratizer. If we look at the locations where people come from, it comes from so many countries. We have like a lot of people coming from, well, attending, not coming, but virtually coming from Asia, from, in India, we have a lot of people. And that's amazing because I think a lot of those people would simply not have been able to even think about coming to the not so cost efficient San Francisco.
Absolutely. So there's a lesson there somewhere, Sasha. I'm enough of a businessman to see that. Sean, you know what I realized? I jumped right in with Sasha because him and I have been doing these for a very long time. You and I have only been doing them for a couple of years. And I introduced Sasha as the CEO. I never even introduced you or your position. So why don't you tell our audience, what do you do at CloudBees?
Yeah, sure. So I get to look over all of our business as it relates to SDA, SDM, how we take it to market, how we sell it, the messaging, the narratives around our product, the direction of it. I work closely with our peers in product organization to sort of bring it to market and what we're going to build for our customers, what problems to solve that are interesting, in the market. And I work very closely with Sasha and try to give him as much of a headache as I possibly can on a daily basis. That's sort of my ulterior motive on a daily basis.
Okay, doing well. Excellent. So guys, I know we don't have a lot of time. You're busy. Today's these virtual events, even though they're virtual, it's hectic. Let's cut right to it. There's some big news. You guys released some big news around the event today, both in terms of product and other stuff. Who wants to share with our audience? Who's going to take the lead here? What's the big news?
Well, I'm going to let Sasha go with this one because, Sasha, this is really big news. It's been 2 years since we announced some of these big news to the market on what we were working with. So I'll fill in the blanks, but I'll let you go because this is a proud moment for all of us in the company and especially for you as the CEO and founder of this company. So I'm going to let you go first.
All right, I'll do the easy talk, and I'll let Sean do the hard stuff. So essentially, we have that vision we're executing against of building essentially the CRM of software delivery, right? What you're using Salesforce today to put all of your data and get a consistent view of your space, and then from there the sky is the limit. We don't have that in software delivery, and even in those troubled times, everybody has seen that, right? You have teams now working completely from home in so many locations. What you could do simply by raising your head outside of your cubicle to ask questions, none of that is possible these days. And so, software delivery management, SDM, sits on top of CI/CD and makes it possible to gather all of that data, create a normalized object model. Much like in Salesforce, you would have accounts and contact and opportunities, but guess what? The opportunity at Cloudbees in the SDM is a feature, right? Everything revolves around features you're going to be pushing to market. And there you have teams, you have environment, application, vulnerability, whatever. And we pull information from those systems so we can extract intelligence out of that. And so we're going to market in Q4. It's just, I can tell you for all of the development teams, there is huge excitement to land there with the first two modules. So what are modules? Essentially, you can see this base foundation that's available as a SaaS. By the way, everything I'm talking about here is SaaS. You connect your systems to the SaaS, we collect information, and then on top of that, we instantiate specific modules that will focus in a very specific way, right? Like through a specific facet, look at this data and serve some specific features. So one of them is going to be around developer efficiency. How can you look at what your developers are doing? Not so much because you want to be a cop and look at whether you need to use a whip, but really more in a way of understanding the meta behavior of your teams, right? For example, are your teams spending a lot of time on working on features, or are they working on being interrupted because you have fires left and right, or you have other type of interrupt? If you drill down, you have deadlocks taking place and so on. So understanding things out of this distributed chaos that's taking place where everybody's working from home and from different offices, and have this brain that can make sense of all of this and share that with you. And we have other features like feature management. It builds upon what the acquisition we did last year of a company called Rollout that provides feature flag, which is great for developers. And now with feature management, we really make this much more of an analytical tool to make decisions around features.
Very cool. Sean, I'm going to give you a chance. You want to? Well, there's more news. You want to? Should we jump in on SDM and this stuff, or do you want to go to the other news as well?
I think it's an exciting moment for SDM. So I'm not sure I'm ready to jump off that train yet. But one of the things Sasha and all of us set out as goals for ourselves when we first announced SDM to the market was that there was a series of things that we wanted to solve as it relates to software delivery management that we didn't feel like existed. And Sasha talked important aspect of what SDM can do for our customers is to provide a way to get universal insights to the entire team of people, legions of different teams that are involved in the software development and delivery process, to collaborate better, to be able to get insights that are most important to them, not just a ton of information, but the information you need at the time you need it to be effectively collaborating. And that type of universal insights today is incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to get on value delivery. When you look at sort of when an idea pop up and all the way through to when actually value delivers as delivered as software to an end user, where is value stuck? Where is the code stuck? Where does the error happen? What happened to the workload? Which teams worked on it? How effectively did they work? Is it one epic or a story that is more difficult to get through than another one? Are we unusually experiencing long time with the workloads? But more importantly, as we start making the transition also much harder into the DevSecOps arena, you have to think about sort of more the progressive delivery side of things. So it's not just being able to have the visibility and so on, but what is the story around how do you get audit-ready pipelines left to right from a value stream model? How do you think about governance in that process? How do you think about policies and audit-ready pipelines that at a moment's notice can be ready? So when we think about our SDA suite and we think about the visibility that comes from SDM, when you pull these two things together, we believe that we're finally arrived at the first sort of incarnation of Cloudbees where our customers can really truly build that software delivery backbone, that system that every organization needs, just like Salesforce provides your order to, or opportunity to order, or SAP provides order to cash process. We can finally build a backbone that allows you to invent an idea and bring it and deliver it as software. That backbone is required, and we've centered around a feature as the entity that transfers and brings all that data together. Now, audit-related pipelines are really important in the DevSecOps arena, but so is feature flag integration. We've integrated feature flags into SDA in such a way that our customers can increasingly start decoupling, feature releases in a safe way from the actual big, larger deployments. So now Sasha talked about SDM and that visibility, but now imagine having the power of getting early feedback loops by releasing software and features out incredibly progressively. Even if the feature is not fully working yet, with experimentation and ops toggles that allow you to test and see, is this feature working out? Is it not working the way? Is it performing the way we want? Does it have the behavior we want or not? And on the basis of that, be able to turn it on and off in the production environments without having to do a rollback over the weekend. That's extremely powerful, right? So all that hardening that we've been doing of the products plus the SDM, it's a really exciting time for our customers and a really exciting time to be a cloud beast. So these two things go hand in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. I always try to explain to people that so much of DevOps we analogize to sort of lean manufacturing, lean IT, the software factory. And, software gets built on the factory floor, on the assembly line, if you will. But well-run assembly lines are well-run because the factory is managed, right? There are managers who manage that line, who manage how many parts are there, how fast stuff's going, right? To me, SDM is the factory management, where SDA is the assembly line, right? That's where people are assembling, no pun intended, but, assembling today's software. And this is how we manage it. Yep. So excellent news. And Sean, you and Sasha, you as well, touched on a couple of other things. The feature flags, which has really become such a powerful part of today's software development, because as you said, Sean, we can decouple now, right? We can decouple multiple things and test them all in parallel and figure out what works, what doesn't work pretty quickly. Yeah. You mentioned DevSecOps. I knew there was I thought there was some news around DevSecOps. Anybody want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. Sasha, you want me to
go ahead.
Talk about that one? Yeah. So we're making a series of announcements related to DevSecOps, Alan. I mean, we have been working very hard to overall build a very strong DevSecOps or security disposition within everything in our software, specifically Cloud-Beast CI and the Cloud-Beast CD software. And what we've been trying to do is holistically look at the workloads and pipelines, not just from the code level, but also how it's accessed, how it's run, just a general end-to-end delivery of a code artifact, and from an idea and all the way through to production. And we looked at each point of this crucial delivery backbone, and we said, what kind of security is required? What is required at each one of these various steps to ensure that the overall disposition of a organization is as secure as possible should troubling times occur, like for instance being audited. We thought about what audit-ready pipeline really means. We thought about how do you quickly be able to tell a governing agency, who touched what software piece at what point in time, approved by when and whom, and how did it arrive, and which systems did it go through? Because it may have arrived at production, passed some tests, all of a sudden something happened, and our customers were left exposed, and now we want to figure out where to go fix it. That type of auditability and readiness is almost impossible, if not very difficult, if not impossible for some, to actually provide that auditability at a moment's notice. So what we've been working on very, very hard is to make that auditability possible. So we integrated our CI pipelines transparently with our CD pipelines in a way that gives you end-to-end visibility and data sharing, so that when you set your governance rules on any piece of software you're releasing, any policy, exit and entry gate, you control that release on data evaluated, events evaluated, not just in the CD or release cycle, but in fact all the way back in your CI and workloads and tests that you're running, scanning and build processes. You can evaluate all of those different conditions and set policies for how your software is released. And at a click of a button, you get that audit pipeline ready. That was really important. The other thing was just, how do you run the software? Well, we want to make sure that when you implement and use cloud-based solution, that they're secure. And we're very proud to announce that this past quarter, we hardened cloud-based CI in such a way that we got a DoD cert, ready to field cert, that is very hard to get. It's a cert that says that DoD, Air Force, any government agency, that cloud-based have passed all the stringent requirements for it to be secure for government to use. And we're excited about that. That makes sure that things like granular RBAC control, how the images are run, are secure from penetration and bad actors, backed activity, granular control over each one of the smaller stages as software moves across, whether it's a folder, whether it's a software, whether it's the actual controllers that are controlling the build process, that level. So Alan, these are just a few of many, and I'd love for your audience to come and check it out online. We're going to be talking about security hardening of our products quite a bit, but these are just a small 2, 3, 4 sort of teaser and teaser of some of the capabilities we've added as we have significantly strengthened our DevSecOps disposition in the product. And I don't know, Sasha, do you have anything to add there? But feel free to.
It's hard to speak above this level of passion, so I'll just...
Well, you know what, guys? We're almost out of time, so if you don't mind, I'm going to come back to Sasha. Lots of announcements. People could go to DevOps World, and there's a great report out from the Accelerated Strategies Group on SDM. Mitchell Ashley, CEO of Accelerated Strategies Group, full disclosure, I'm a co-founder, is delivering keynotes there, and there's a lot of great stuff. But Sasha, I got to add, let's go back to where we started this interview. We've got a virtual DevOps World with maybe 20,000 people, right? Registered. How many come? I don't know. What do you think this means for the future of the DevOps World conferences? Next year, God willing, we have vaccines and treatments and COVID's in our rearview mirror. But isn't there a reason we should keep doing, we should have some element of virtual to our gatherings, to our conferences, to allow, as we said, Sasha, in the beginning, for the democratization of people who otherwise wouldn't be able to attend?
Yeah, very much so. This has acted as a impressive forcing function for all of us. And it would have been bizarre, I think, last year to simply say, you know what, we're going to stop our conference and just go fully virtual, because we would have felt like we were at a disadvantage versus the rest of the world. And now we've all been forced to normalize on this new setup. So we're doing those conferences in this way, which democratizes this knowledge so much more. But it's just the start of it, because you could argue, as you just said, right? Why wait a year to do the conference? Why can't we do smaller, more regular touch point? What's the best way to find that? I think a lot of discovery will take place in the next year as to what's the best schema for this, but it opens a lot of amazing opportunities in terms of spreading knowledge.
Absolutely. Guys, I want to be respectful of your time. I know you got a busy day today. Good luck with DevOps World. I'll be in. I'll be there, lurking, listening, watching, learning. Keep up the great work. Congratulations on SDM, because it has been a journey, and it's not just the two of you. I know Anders and so many people at CloudBees, had a hand here, and in doing this. So it's nice to see it come to fruition. Congratulations, and come join us again soon. Sasha, I don't see you enough, my friend.
I know. We should Zoom more frequently.
Absolutely.
All right.
You too,
Thanks a lot,
Sean.
Alan.
All
Thanks
right.
a lot, Alan. Appreciate
Sasha
it.
Labouré, Sean Ahmed from CloudBees. DevOps World's taking place now. Go check it out. Take care, everyone. This is Alan Schimmel for TechStrong TV. We'll be right back.
ContainerJournal.com is the leading online destination for centralized computing-related content. ContainerJournal.com covers all aspects of software containers, from container management, data management for containers, container security, networking for containers, to the entire container ecosystem, Kubernetes, microservices, serverless, and more. ContainerJournal.com has the largest selection of container-related news, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.containerjournal.com to learn more. ContainerJournal.com is operated by MediaOps Inc., the team behind DevOps.com, Digital Anarchist, SecurityBoulevard.com, DevOps Connect, and DevOpsDozen.com.
Yeah, I've had the chance to meet so many kind of leaders, movers, shakers in the DevOps world, and some of them are great people. Some of them are nice. There are some people you just bond with. One of them is my friend Shlomi Ben Hayim. Shlomi, if you've met Shlomi, there's nothing else you need to say. If you haven't met Shlomi, I'm sorry. But just one of the genuinely nice, sincere, good people in the DevOps space. And Yov and Fred are no different. Really great people. And the culture, I've always said this, the culture they've built at JFrog is second to none. It embodies what we talk about in DevOps culture and so forth. And you know what? Good things happen to good people sometimes. You like to think that. And JFrog, just last month, I guess it was, went on their IPO. It was a very successful IPO. We had a chance to do a special live broadcast on the day of their IPO with Shlomi, Yov, Landman, and Fred Simon, the three co-founders of JFrog from the swamp out in California. Here now is my interview with Shlomi, Yov, and Fred.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hello, everyone. This is Alan Schimmel, CEO of MediaOps, editor-in-chief of DevOps.com. And thanks for joining us for this special event broadcast. It's a red letter day, not just for our friends at JFrog, but for the whole DevOps industry. Let me introduce you to our guests. They're the three co-founders of JFrog. And I'm going to start, I don't know if it's the right or the left, but I'll say the man in white. We'll start from the man in white. It's Fred.
I'm Fred Simon, co-founder and chief data scientist at JFrog. Really happy to be here. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you, Fred. It's Fred Simon. And the man in the middle, introduce yourself.
Hi, guys. You probably don't recognize us. We are all well dressed today. My name is Shlomi Ben Hayim, CEO and co-founder of JFrog.
And last but certainly not least, the anchor on the right.
Hi, Alan. Yoav Landman, CTO and co-founder of JFrog.
So, gentlemen, first of all, as we say here in America, Mazel Tov on the IPO this morning. What a great. First of all, it was an amazing. I mean, if you're following the stock price, it's been an amazing ride already in just a few hours. But what a great accomplishment. And yeah, I don't want to gush, but I've been interviewing you guys for 3 years, 4 years maybe now. And over those times, I've gotten to know each of you and the company. Couldn't happen to a nicer company. There's a reason why JFrog went public today. I have my own views, but guys, tell me what's the magic? What has enabled JFrog to reach these heights?
You want to go first?
Well, I really think that at the end is solving customer pain. Right from the beginning, we felt that DevOps was a need. It was not called DevOps when we founded the company, and it really, really grew afterwards. But seeing what was needed, seeing the need for speed in terms of software releases and software delivery. And so we created this continuous software release management category. And we made product that made this journey a lot easier for all this company. It grew out of, I guess, compassion for the pain of our customer. And this is where we are today. Looks like we did a good job.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I'll add to it, Alan, that obviously when you look at our customer portfolio, the Fortune 100, the top 10 on every vertical, I think that to add to what Fred mentioned, to be focused and to be a good listener and a humble vendor to the community. On top of that, the focus of the company, focusing on binaries, on software packages. As Fred said, before it was even phrased DevOps, we were focusing on solving the pain, but also on building the expertise around managing binaries for the industry.
And I'll add to it that the pain we solved, so it's very true that JFrog is a pain-solving company. It came from being developers solving pain for other developers. But the pain we solved was a pain around automation, around software release automation. And that trend just kept being amplified over the years. So we started with binaries, we started with managing releases and the complexity of hundreds of thousands of binaries in a release. Then DevOps came along in the middle of the life of JFrog. And even today, in the era of COVID, we're seeing how much automation and being able to release software fast plays a critical role and basically allows the world to sustain as it is today. So I think that's also contributes a lot to the success.
It is, but you guys left out, I think, one of the most important things. It's the frogs. Shlomi, I'm surprised at you, right? Yes. I get a chance to see all the DevOps companies, not all, but most of the DevOps companies in the world. I get to speak to their CEOs. I get to speak to their people, to their customers. There's not another company that has the frogs, that has that culture. And that culture comes from the top down, right? Let's talk a little bit about what makes being a JFrog special.
Thank you. Thank you, Alan. Yes, you've been with us since I don't know, 4 years ago, and you saw the company scaling. Our biggest challenge was actually that. It's all about the culture and the people. Scaling the business is one thing, staying efficient, becoming profitable, those are very important challenges in every company's life. But being able to do all of this and keep our codex, our set of values, and making sure that we keep the culture as you saw it 4 years ago, all the way to a public company, I think that was a great privilege. I think we have ordinary people, exceptional group of people in 14 different countries, over 600 frogs that are doing a great job listening to the community, solving their pain, but also being very faithful to our set of values that was built like everything else from the bottom up.
Absolutely. And I think today's success is a testament to them. I'm sorry, Fred, go ahead.
No, I mean, being authentic about what we do and what we are solving and how we are approaching the problem, and all the way down to every frogs, and every frogs really feel like they have this mission and they have this responsibility to really help the world create better, high-quality software and distribute it. And everybody feels it. And yeah, it creates this amazing culture at the company. And we really, really happy that we have these amazing folks working together.
Yeah. Another way of looking at today's kind of events and as a mark is, look, I myself started DevOps.com about 7 years ago, and you know, my wife's family still doesn't know what I do for a living here. They don't understand DevOps, right? And the world in general, when you mention DevOps, you know, people shook their heads. They weren't sure, is it a fad? Is it going to go away? Does it work? Is it a real thing? Is it a real thing? It's a real thing. JFrog today, at a $4 billion plus valuation, it's a real thing. So in many ways, this is vindication that, yes, DevOps is real. But now, where do we go from here? Where does JFrog go from here? Guys?
Yeah. So obviously, we're going to expand. We're going to grow. This growth can be organic or inorganic through acquisitions, of course. There are markets that are still awaiting this digital transformation to happen, and this change in automation in software release management, especially in distributions. One of these markets is IoT, where this automation is just nascent. And we're going to expand our portfolio as part of this growth. There's lots of things for us to do.
Yeah. I want to emphasize that the digital transformation that our customers are going through is not easy. When you are a car manufacturer for hundreds of years and you're used to making cars, and now the number one kind of product that your customers are interacting with is the software you are making, you need to go through this transformation, and it's painful. And we need to create better and better software to help them go through this process and help them distribute high quality software all the way to the cars of the world.
You know,
By
as
the
Mark
way,
and
the car industry is just one example of this transformation.
yeah, now every company is a software company today, right? As Mark Andreessen says, even the car company, even the tax collectors, everything. They all run on software today. So, guys, you know, we look at the DevOps horizon, the DevOps market. I don't know, there's maybe 700 companies that play somewhere in the DevOps food chain, if you will. A lot of them, 690 of them, are sitting here watching you three today and saying, that's where we want to be. That's where we want to go. That's what we need to do, right? So, number one, what advice do you have for your compatriots also out there in the DevOps space? And number two, do you think this opens the door to other rising tide lifts all boats, to other DevOps companies, joining JFrogs on the public markets?
I'll take this one, Alan. First of all, JFrog is honored to be the first core DevOps company that went public. That's a great privilege for us. It's more than a pat on the shoulder. It's the confidence that the market has in our tools and how we change together with them the way that software is being built, test, release, and deploy, and having this CSRM, this continuous software release management, in place in order to enable digital transformation for them. When you think about the DevOps market, this is a very big, confusing, as you said, a very big and confusing market. A lot of companies are providing services to this circle of DevOps. But when you think about the core DevOps of building faster, testing, securing, releasing, and deploying, and having it all continuously, I think there is a lot of room, and we see a lot of big enterprise getting into this field, making sure that their customers are also being transformed digitally. I hope that many others will follow. We see great companies in the area. We acquired 5 companies in our very short 12 years. And we see more to come because the addressable market is just huge, and it's getting bigger and bigger every year.
I can maybe just add one thing to it. One advice is keep listening to your customer's pain, and always look for a solution that covers that really provides the best solution for customers. It's not always what the customers would ask you to do, but it will be the best solution. So I think this is the pain-solving skills that JFrog has developed along the years, and I think that's critical.
Sure. Two other areas I want to touch on. One is, look, as we sit here today, I'm glad to see the three of you together in one place, right? We used to see each other every other month at conferences and what have you, but of course not this year.
Yeah.
On the other, it's a different world. But on the other hand, COVID in some ways has been a catalyst for more digital transformation, for faster digital transformation. When we look at companies like JFrog, while there's so much suffering in the world, economically, health-wise, everything else, it's created more demand, not less, for the kinds of solutions that JFrog offers, yeah? Where do you see, how can you give us some examples? And I know I've interviewed you many times. Some of the things JFrog has done to help with COVID research and stuff like this.
Well, first of all, Alan, I thought in the first few weeks of the pandemic with the shelter in place, I kind of enjoyed the being apart from these guys, but then we started to miss each other. And what we have learned, to seriously address your question, is that COVID crystallized the need of what we do. Everything we do today, even my daughters are learning from home. The roadshow we took, we had few weeks meeting investors via Zoom, no private jets, no special fancy dinner. It was all powered by software. And if you ask yourself what COVID changed, COVID actually helped us to stay engaged. This is how we meet our customers. This is how we meet our community. This is how we take this interview. And if you will not be there, if you will not be there faster than your competitor with the secure software at the edge where your users engage with you, then you will fall behind. And then, as we say in our website, either release fast or die. And we saw those dinosaurs of not adopting software kind of being replaced, and the new era of software that is being updated behind the scenes seamlessly, or what we call the vision of liquid software, is happening. This is not just a dream anymore. It's a reality that takes place in the world's biggest organizations, and we are honored to have them as our customers and friends.
Yeah. Guys, we're almost out of time. I got one other area I wanted to cover. So as I said, over the years, I've gotten to know each of you. And as you said, JFrog is about 12 years old. But before that, the three of you worked together at other companies, right? In fact, the three of you have been working together, what is it, about 18 or 20 years?
19, yeah.
Too long to remember.
And counting.
So this is an overnight success, then, is what you're telling me, right? And
a long night.
who here among the three of you, who thought that 19 years ago or even 12 years ago when you started JFrog, one day you're sitting here talking about your IPO on the public market like this? Was that always a dream that you chased, or is it just that's something that happened?
Alan, when you speak about the triangle of the JFrog co-founders, I think that what you find is the balance between Yoav, Fred, and myself. Each of us know exactly what he's expected to do and what is expected to deliver, and the balance is complementary. It's like building a DevOps flow. Each one of us has his own role to make sure that JFrog stay agile, efficient, strong, and growing. And I know that I will take my partners and my employees to any battle with me. That's my privilege in this journey, and I'm honored.
Yeah, thank you. And the only thing I want to add is, right from the beginning, we don't want it to stay local or stay only in one industry or one geographical region. We really wanted to solve this problem globally for every developer on the planet. And by just riding this wave and riding the DevOps wave, this is where we end up being. It's kind of looking backward, it looks natural, but there was a lot of work and a lot of energy and a lot of time on the way.
Yeah, I agree. And just want to say that if you have the joy of creation and you keep thinking big, it's not something that you envision. It's something that happens because the way that you act. So,
congratulations to all of the frogs. Congratulations to the whole DevOps community. It's a great day. This is Alan Schimmel for DevOps.com. Thanks, and we'll be back soon or tomorrow with TechStrong TV on this channel. Bye-bye.
Hey guys, Deb from MediaOps here in lockdown. Just wanted to ask you a question. What does Criminal Minds, The Office, and Twilight Zone have in common? They all have over 100 episodes, and so does TechStrong TV. Join us now. Thanks.
Fourth interview for today is one that I did with Ashok Reddy and Mark Lorian. You know, when I first started DevOps.com 7 years ago, it was very much a best-of-breed tool landscape. In addition to the people and cultural aspect of it, there were individual tools that did separate things: CI, CD, configuration management, testing, etc. Over time, as often happens with consolidation, we've seen the rise of what I call the end-to-end DevOps set. Companies like GitLab, CloudBees, JFrog, two of the companies we just saw, all in there. And another recent entrance into that has been the company known as Digital AI. Digital AI is a roll-up funded by a well-known PE company, and originally started with the Zibia XE and CollabNet version 1 merger, but it didn't have a name. They then went on, but they did have a CEO, Ashok Reddy. Ashok came over from Broadcom. Before that, he was a leader at IBM. And he took the reins to build this new end-to-end DevOps play and value stream management as well. And since that time, Ashok and the Digital AI team have made, I think, three new acquisitions in addition to the original merger. In this episode I'm about to show you, I'm joined by Ashok and Mark Lorian. And Ashok is actually going to announce that the company's name is Digital AI and talk about their roadmap and his plans. So here now is my interview with Ashok Reddy and Mark Lorian.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hi, everyone. It's Alan Schimmel for TechStrong TV and DevOps.com. Thanks for joining us on this segment. We're going to be breaking some big news today in the world of DevOps. Let me first introduce our guest, and then we'll jump right into it. First of all, we've interviewed him multiple times in the past at various companies. Mr. Ashok Reddy. Ashok, welcome.
Great to be here, Alan.
Yes. And joining us with Ashok today is a newcomer to our TechStrong TV DevOps.com broadcast, but Mark Lorian. Mark, welcome.
Hi, Alan. Nice to join you today.
Thank you for joining us, and a pleasure to have you here. Mark, I'm going to ask you to just sit tight for 1 second as I kind of lay the foundation. So as those of you who watch our video and follow along on DevOps.com know, a couple months ago, CollabNet merged with Zibia Labs to form what was the beginning of an end-to-end play in the DevOps space, combining a lot of the CollabNet developer tools, value stream management, and of course Zibia's enterprise grade and class CI/CD product line. At that time, Ashok, we interviewed you, Ashok, of course, and you mentioned that the entity was going to have a new name. It wouldn't be CollabNet, it wouldn't be Zibia, it was going to be something totally new. And so we're here to break, first of all, the name, which is always nice to do in naming, but more importantly, perhaps even, or as importantly, is to announce another acquisition into this family, as you continue to build out the vision here for an end-to-end DevOps company. So Ashok, I'm going to let you share with our audience the news.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. First of all, I want to thank everybody who is dealing with the current COVID situation, especially the first responders and all the medical workers. So I think, first of all, I'm excited about the company. We are launching the new company, which is called Digital.ai. because it's really focused on, every company is going through digital transformation, and increasingly they're using data and AI to differentiate themselves to provide more of a personalized experiences. And that's really the focus, is really more helping enterprise companies. How can they transform, not only in terms of just digital, but also increasingly using AI and machine learning to provide secure digital experiences.
Excellent. Excellent. So digital AI, I love the name, first of all, because I think it gets right to the heart of what this whole thing is about, and that's about digital transformation in the broader sense and everything that comes in with it. But of course, the news today, as I alluded to, Ashok, isn't just that you picked a name. And we've got a domain, I assume, and a nice logo and everything else. Share with us the rest of the story.
Yeah, no, I think,
can.
I'm extremely excited about, I think, Alan, you had asked me about this when we met last time. You said, hey, you're talking about the enterprise DevOps, but there's a missing piece, you said. There is a security, which is always with the DevSecOps, which we know that security has to be a key part of the value customers deliver when they transform to become digital. So Arcsan Technologies is a company we have acquired, and we are very excited because it brings a couple of things. One is it really enables people who are building digital applications to harden those applications, and more people are protecting their applications within the enterprise. But what happens today is when you deploy these applications into the wild, you have mobile apps. Increasingly, everybody uses mobile devices, Internet of Things. And these things could be jailbroken phones. So how do you prevent things from being reverse engineered? How do you make sure that there is privacy issues? And today, if you look at what's happening with in the last few days on Zoom, you have a great experience with app. Everybody is using it, but then there's lots of security issues, and they're not able to deliver new features. And so if you are adopting DevOps without security, you are going to now be stopped because security is all they can do. So Arcsan is the industry leader. They protect more than 5 billion application endpoints today. And I'll have my colleague, Mark, talk about it in a little more detail later.
Fantastic, Ashok. So you're right. I mean, I did think that it was crying out for the DevSecOps element to it. And we should mention that, doing all these acquisitions, mergers are great. Someone has to write a check. And it's the folks at TPG, I believe is their name, right? Is the PE group, who's one of the largest in the world behind a lot of different, not just in technology, a broad base of portfolios. And so TPG is the PE partner here. But let's dig into Arcsan. And Mark, you were CEO of Arcsan, is that correct?
No, I was the chief operating officer of Arcsan.
Okay, COO.
Yep.
So I have to confess, I'm not familiar with Arcsan prior to this acquisition. I don't know if our audience is. If you wouldn't mind, give us a little of sort of the arc, how you guys got to here today.
Yes, happy to. And I would say there's a very, very high likelihood that we're protecting several applications that you use in your life. Because we're a security provider, it's often the case that we can't broadcast the name of our customers, but some of the world's largest banks, as an example, digital media companies, gaming companies, travel, hospitality, manufacturing companies use Arcsan in-app protection to protect their applications as they are deployed out into the wild. And I think we share a very common DNA with Ashok and the digital.ai team, in that we're trying to help organizations and enterprises specifically protect their most important applications. And as companies are going through these large-scale digital transformation projects, our vision is that all applications that are part of these transformation projects have security baked into them during the DevOps process, so that companies are automatically sharing protected and safe versions of applications, and they have the visibility coming back into their DevOps infrastructure in terms of how those applications are being used and consumed out in the wild.
So just, Mark, our audience tends to be a little bit on the technical side. So saying we protect applications is a mouthful. Can you give us a little bit more detail in how you protect applications? Is it code review? Is it vulnerability scanning? Is it post-deployment WAFs, application monitoring? How exactly you're protecting applications?
Sure. Yeah, happy to go as deep as you and your audience want. So our technology it's basically baked into the application, really at the binary level. So this is why we're such a great fit with DevOps processes. And as Ashok and I say, the ArcSand capabilities are bringing the sec to DevSecOps in terms of our platform and how our value stream management platform is going to be evolving. So generally during the build process of an application, the security controls get baked into and built right into the application itself. So now we're going to be working with tools throughout our value stream management portfolio to bake in that application into the application itself, into the binary code as the apps are built, as they are orchestrated and deployed out into the enterprise, or they're deployed out into public consumption, as is the case with a publicly available banking application as an example. So there's versions of those apps that are baked in, that have the security baked in at a very low level. That makes it very difficult for bad actors to go in and reverse engineer the application, to open it up, to gain access to sensitive data, the IP in the application itself. So the app is really traveling with the protection it needs.
So security controls baked right in as part of that software development lifecycle. Prior to the acquisition, did you guys integrate with like Zibia, for instance, a Zibia Lab type of environment?
Yeah, we are just like Digital.ai. We have been targeting the enterprise. So we're used by a whole variety of DevOps tools inside the enterprise, so that the security is again, it becomes part of the application during that DevOps process. So we share many common personas and customers in common in terms of the way that the tools are operating. Now, what you're going to see over the coming year is tighter integration. There'll be some preformed integration, so our customers are going to get onboarded much more quickly. There may be versions of our protection that gets available for customers using some of the products throughout the portfolio. And we think Digital.ai now has a number of different on-ramps in being able to sort of start with a certain set of our capabilities and helping customers to leverage a broader set across the portfolio as their deployments become larger and more sophisticated.
Very good. So Mark, I'm going to turn back to Ashok in a second, but let me just say this. I've sold a few companies in my entrepreneurial lifetime, and someone who I respected a lot once told me the best 2 days is when you found a company and when you sell a company, and you do a merger. It's sort of like boats. So congratulations to you and the whole ArcSand team joining this new digital AI family. And it's a great thing when someone values your company to the point where they're willing to pay what you find fair value, whether it be by throwing your lot in for a bigger pie, right? As we used to always say in the VC business, a smaller slice of a much bigger pie, or whatever it is. Really, people recognize your hard work and value and what you guys have built, and so congratulations on that.
Thank you. For me, it's not an exit. This is a critical milestone in the company, and there's so many opportunities. I think enterprises now, as they go through these big digital transformation projects, they need partners like Digital.ai, and ArcSand capabilities becoming part of the platform. It's going to allow our technology and solution to serve a much broader range of use cases in enterprises. And I think the product line is going to gain from that, but also contribute and help our now bigger organization deliver a tremendous amount of value and really power meaningful transformations as enterprises are rethinking the way they serve customers, the way they serve their employees and their partners. And we can make that digital transformation something that they feel confident about because it's got security and visibility as an integral part of the apps.
Perfect. Ashok, I'm going to turn over to you now and say, okay, here's another, looks like, a pretty big block in the building, in the erector set here. What's the vision now? Where are we going? How's this all come together?
Yeah, no, I think, it's a great, this thing. I think part of this is, I think, Alan, what we have found is that, with all the things what people have been doing in the last few years in DevOps, I think a lot of the focus has been about improving, how do I try to drive efficiency and effectiveness in terms of the whole software development process and applying lean approach. But at the end of the day, DevOps, when you look at the end, it is really about delivering value, right? It's about continuous, to me, it's not about continuous integration of software, continuous delivery of software, but software on its own doesn't deliver outcomes. So you have to tie it back into the outcomes, which is really the value. So to some extent, I think our vision is very simple. It's really about how do we focus on connecting the outcomes to the outputs, right? Because in the DevOps, people focus on velocity and how many story points did I create and what my scans were. But it's great that you have a set of outputs, but those things need to be tied to the customer journey and how many customers are they engaged? Are they improving the revenue because of whatever the output is connected to that? So to some extent, in a simple way, I will say it's all about turning outputs to outcomes and trying to drive. DevOps is, many people understand software, but when you go to line of business, people are driving the businesses in different industries. They are kind of trying to say, hey, how do I drive something which is more of a digital business, which is different than traditional manufacturing, where I just have to make more things to drive my revenue. Here, it's not about making more things. It's about driving the outcome, and it needs to provide security. It needs to provide great experience. And then there's a lot of data across the entire thing, which I can use to make decisions, empower people. So you don't tell, how do you measure knowledge work? That's the big challenge most of the businesses struggle with compared to lean manufacturing, because it's not about, hey, I decide to make more of these things, versus now you have to ensure in an agile perspective, people are empowered and they're able to kind of focus on the outcomes and they understand the feedback. So to me, it's about providing that continuous delivery of value with a way to capture the value. So that's really the vision. And so we have some of these pieces now, and you can start seeing some of the other capabilities which we could acquire, but also build out the platform where companies can focus on their core competency versus trying to integrate best of breed tools and open source and others, which we do. We do allow people to use whatever they have, but you need to provide a way for them to drive outcomes versus just outputs.
Understood. So, Ashok, you're right. It's even within DevOps, right? Sometimes we get too focused on velocity, how many releases a day or a month or a week or whatever it is. But, just because I release 10 times a day and you only release 1 time a day or daily, right, doesn't mean that I'm doing better than you. It's what's best for your company. And so in the knowledge system game that we all work in technology, we sometimes tend to lose sight of that, right? Are we doing what's right for our company, not what was written in a book for something else or whatever. You got to do what's right for your environment, for your cadence, and so forth. The other thing is, look, you've got some great tools now here. We've got a great tool set in digital.ai, but it's more than tools that make a company, it's people as well. Sounds like Mark is staying on, and he'll assume a position within the new organization. We've got Derek Langone, right? Former, CEO of Zibia, who's now president. What about the rest of the team? Can you give us any insight into at least at the exec level?
Yeah, no, at the exec level, we have, obviously, we hired a chief revenue officer who came from IBM, Rob Lamb. He used to run the DevOps in IBM, and he's now our chief revenue officer, started about a week ago.
Oh, I didn't know that. Congratulations.
Yes, and then we also have several people. Basically, at this point, the people like Stephen Gregorio, who you knew, CFO, he's our CFO for the digital.ai company. And TJ Randall, who is going to be our chief experience officer from a customer success perspective. He came from Zibia. And so what we are going to do is, Arxan is just integrating. So we will be looking at, there are some really great leaders in each of the companies we acquire. So we'll continue to evolve and expand our leadership team to bring on, and like somebody like Mark, for example, is going to manage our value stream platform as the COO of the platform. So we will bring additional people as we buy companies. We may end up adding to our leadership team, but same thing at the next level down. So the advantage we have is We have got some great passion. People are coming in and they want to do the right things, and so there's plenty to do for everyone. But also we are trying to say, okay, let's kind of take a look at all the companies we are acquiring and who can try to drive the right outcomes for our customers and as well as our company.
Sure. I'm reminded when I helped put together a company called Interliant that was based up in Boston, Cambridge, and we did 30 acquisitions in 36 months. And it was very much that as we bought these companies, it was kind of a jigsaw puzzle on the people, who stays, who goes, what role, new roles, and so forth. Ashok, you referenced potential other acquisitions. Is it safe to say then that you're not done on acquiring?
I think, obviously, our first job number one is to make sure that we're integrating all the capabilities we have bought in this platform, and we're coming up with some new business models where people can consume persona-based. But we are very actively looking to acquire other companies. And I think today's environment with COVID, one of the, at least for us, it's a positive thing is that we are able to get much better valuations for the companies we need to acquire also. So it has kind of given us an opportunity to really look at who else we can add. And TPG, as you said, is one of the top 5 PE firms. They're actually by revenue, in the Fortune 10 companies in terms of the TPG portfolio companies. So what we are doing is to say, let's kind of take a look at, in this environment, what other companies we can go after, but obviously balance that with, integrating and making sure our customers are getting value. And now that we have one company, one platform, it makes it a little more easier. Before it was kind of, everyone has, you think about acquisitions, it's at the end of the day, it's a people business. We want to make sure everyone is coming into the company is got the roles and they've got the respect of, working and, cultures. How do you integrate different cultures, coming up with common shared values and vision? I think to me, that's something we are doing right now, but I do think we'll quickly, be able to also acquire additional companies, and we'll be announcing that here.
Sure. Yeah, Alan, I'd say, I think our view is that the pandemic is really going to speed up every enterprise's desire and need to digitally transform. And I think, with Ashok and throughout the management team and the organization at digital.ai, I think our shared mission is that we believe that we can bring a lot of benefit to enterprises as they're thinking through how they do that and how they prepare to digitally transform. We think we've got a great set of capabilities, and our platform is going to be really helpful in helping companies make that transition.
Yeah, I think what we're already seeing in just a few weeks that this whole COVID thing has popped up, and like a wildfire, is that companies that were already on their way with their digital transformation, that were already adopting DevOps and Agile and Lean IT and so forth, are in a much better state to deal with what we're doing here, right? With everyone working from home, with changing patterns and market conditions and valuations and everything we're talking about. I'd like to throw this out at both of you, which is, hey, while it does create potentially some bargains, because cash will be king when these kinds of situations pop up, it also creates some challenges at a time when you want to integrate. We can't even all sit around the same table, right? Other than, on Zoom like this. Challenges, obstacles, or opportunity. I mean, in every room full of pony manure, there's a pony in there somewhere. So, how do you make lemonade out of that?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a very, it's important question. I think to us, when we look at our colleagues worldwide, one thing is we are in an industry which allows, it's easier for us. I mean, fortunate, at least in the context of how people can work remotely. And there are some challenges, at least from engaging. We are in multiple countries, but for most part, I think people have been able to work together and, be able to do that. But I think acquiring companies has been a challenge, just because you can only do so much or remote and Zoom and others, because it's about people and you want to meet people, and if you want to go to different countries, there are different centers. So that is something we are learning in a different way, where we kind of leverage local contacts to work with people and be able to look at more from a customer outcome perspective. Again, you try to drive technology and everything else from it. So it's I think we're trying to learn. It is at the same time, I don't think it'll completely stop acquisitions and others, because we are doing several of these due diligence sessions and things like that remotely, and that's not been a problem. So I think generally it's more about how do you actually get people together. We miss that whole being able to bring people together, because part of it is the relationships, and there's something about meeting people in person, but at the same time, given the safety concerns and others, I think we put safety above everything else.
Amen. Amen to that. We're almost out of time here, Ashok and Mark, but I wanted to just, can you give us then maybe a time frame? I mean, it sounds like the integration really kind of almost predated, or at least the functionality integration of tools. Not of the people, not of culture and all of these things. But the tools already kind of work together from what Mark is saying. Is there a time frame here for, I mean, will for instance, Arxen, is that going to just be digital.io now? Will they retain a name separate and apart in the security space, or
I think what we are doing is, we have had, at least from a technology perspective, there is already some integration, but we're obviously going to make it more and more of a platform and make it easy for people to adopt. But immediately what we are doing is to, some of the things like in Arxen, for example, will be, we want to make sure that customers, there's continuity for the existing customers, and Arxen is a well-known brand within the security industry. And so we'll kind of say it's a part of the digital.ai company, and you'll see within a few weeks, we'll transition to kind of using more and more of a digital.ai. We'll have email addresses, we'll obviously reach out to the customers, and also we'll have some more different business model where people will have access to the rest of the portfolio if they have any of one of our offerings. So in that context, what's the on-ramps to different things, because sometimes it's DevSecOps from a capabilities is one thing, but within the companies, there are different silos, and you need to work with security separately, and you need to work with the chief digital officer separately. So we are putting together some of it in terms of that. But overall, I think I expect that the integrations will go very quickly. Our goal is to drive more of outside-in integrations and customer outcome based, and not be having different silos.
Yeah,
Excellent.
Alan, I'll add, this is absolutely a growth play. I think that, there's a huge market. We've got a really interesting and differentiated platform when all of the capabilities come together. But each of the products has a meaningful customer base, installed base, and market in and of itself too. So you're going to see continued innovation in our core product areas. And also, there'll be increased integration between how they work and how they interoperate. So we'll have and we'll continue to innovate around the Arxen security products. But because of that increased integration over time, people are going to find more and more value kind of coming on board with the platform view and vision because of the way the products operate and because of the value that you get from that combined solution.
Excellent. Guys, we're out of time. We're going to wrap it here, but Ashok, I have a feeling we're going to be seeing more of each other from what you're saying. And Mark, hopefully this is the start of a relationship. We'll have you on, semi-regularly here. And yep, I wish you guys success in this new digital adventure. And, best of luck, and stay well and healthy, obviously, as well.
Absolutely. Thanks, Alan. It's always a pleasure to be on here, and I look forward to be on the show in the future again.
Absolutely. Ashok Reddy, CEO of digital.ai, right? And Mark Lorian, who's now COO. Is that correct?
Yes.
Of the platform. Yep. Thank you.
Yep. Of platforms. Correct. Okay. So we were at a Zoom naming of our company here. Very happy to report it. And, as I wrote about earlier, this end-to-end DevOps journey is going to be one that's going to be exciting as we see various players bringing some great solutions to market. And it looks like the tools are coming together here. This is Alan Schimmel for DevOps.com on TechStrong TV. Thanks for joining us. We'll be right back with another guest.
A big thanks to everybody who tunes into TechStrong TV. It's been 100 great episodes, and we look forward to 100 great more.
Disruption is occurring across every aspect of IT. Open source, cloud services, DevOps, and cloud-native software architectures are democratizing IT and radically transforming how business is done. The old ways of creating software and doing IT are being replaced with agile, flexible, faster, and cheaper methods, benefiting vendors and users alike. Accelerated Strategies Group is out to democratize access of industry expertise and knowledge. We use our expertise and experience to offer insightful, intelligent, useful information in a variety of formats relevant to the IT community: digital events, videos, reports, assessments, workshops, and implementation projects with tech vendors, IT organizations, and business leaders. We widely and openly share our work products, often for free. Analyst reports these days aren't worth more than a graph or chart that tells a story or illustrates a market trend. We work with developers, DevOps teams, cloud architects, security engineers, and transformation leaders most every day, creating and implementing transformational strategies and technologies. We're not just thinkers, we're also doers.
I know at the top of the show I said I had picked 4 of my favorites, but I realized there's really 5, because this truly was one of my favorites of them all here. My next episode that I've picked is with my friend Sid Sibrangi. Sid is the CEO founder of GitLab, and you know what? I know GitLab, more than any other company, has burst on the scene of DevOps and fundamentally changed the game. Whether we're talking to open source communities, analysts, customers, practitioners, GitLab seems to be on everyone's list. And even with COVID and working remotely, I mean, GitLab does so many things differently that one has to marvel at how this has all come together. It's been, I got it just as an observer, it's been an amazing ride. And I've had the pleasure of meeting Sid and interviewing him now more than several times, in person, remotely. He appeared on TechStrong TV with me. You know, GitHub, which has become probably one of GitLab's biggest competitors, announced new pricing and features to try to match up, if you will, to GitLab. And Sid came on, and rather than being upset, he was flattered, because, you know, he said there wouldn't be a GitLab without a GitHub. It was GitHub that drove him to create GitLab. And he thinks it's great for the community with competition, because we'll all benefit from it. And his goal and his mission is to keep GitLab one step ahead of the game. Great interview, as always. Great stuff from Sid. Here's my friend Sid Sibrangi, CEO GitLab. Let's go to it now.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey everyone, it's Alan Schimmel for TechStrong TV, DevOps.com, and I'd like to welcome in a frequent visitor on our media ops sites, whether it be DevOps.com or virtual events or in-person events or what have you. Sid Sibrangi, CEO of GitLab. Sid, welcome.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Alan.
Oh, it's my pleasure. It's always a pleasure to have you on, Sid. So, you know, I got to tell you, I tell people this all the time. When we ran Predict 2020 in January, as it turns out, you win the award for being the only one who predicted what is going to be a big trend in 2020. And yours was more and more companies are going to be working from home. So you win that one hands down. I don't know if you quite thought it was going to be a pandemic would be the catalyst for it.
I did not predict a pandemic.
Yeah, but you did predict more people working from home.
I love a more gradual approach. Thank you very much.
I think we all would. But nevertheless, that was, it was prescient. So Sid, we had you on today because of a blog post that you ran yesterday. It was a blog post GitLab ran that was by you, and it was really kind of in response to an announcement we saw come out of GitHub. And, you know, for those on our audience who maybe are more on the security side of things, not familiar with DevOps and Git and stuff, you know, there's Git, which is now 15 years old, and it's an open source project. And it was originally set up as a code repository version control. And, you know, many companies use Git, that underlying Git open source. Of course, GitHub, which is now owned by Microsoft, has created, well, they have like 42 million or 41 million developers or such who have accounts on GitHub. And then, of course, GitLab, Sid, you guys don't make any bones about it, right? GitLab came out of Git, hence the name GitLab, and GitHub as well. Why don't you share with our audience, though you know the story better than I?
Yeah, so my co-founder made GitLab, and he made it because he wanted great collaboration software, and he didn't have any budget for it. So he said, "How hard can it be? I'll build my own." And he started, and within the first year, 300 people joined him and started collaborating with him, make it better. And GitLab is a single application for the entire DevOps lifecycle. It's still open source. Every month, more than 200 improvements in GitLab come from the wider community.
Yeah. And we usually document that every month or so as well. And we know that for sure. But, you know, I don't think you guys ever made any bones about, you know, the influence that GitHub has had, both on GitLab and in the wider market of IT and development. But let's talk about this announcement from GitHub yesterday. Why not, you know, in your words, what do you think? You know, why don't you describe it for the audience?
Yeah, well, it's great news for developers everywhere. GitHub announced that their free plan now allows you to have a team of people, and that they reduced the price of their team plan as well. So everyone on GitHub, either if you're on Teams, you're paying less, and if you're using the free tier, you're getting more functionality. So that's great, and we couldn't help but notice that they reduced the price of their Teams plan to exactly the same amount of money every month that is there. So right now, if you're making a decision on the lowest price tier, there's it costs exactly as much on GitHub as on GitLab. So that's good to see strong competition there, and yeah, developers are benefiting.
Sure. So Sid, you know, someone smarter than me once said, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. The fact that it's priced at the same number that GitLab is, at the same price point as GitLab is, and we can get into a features by features comparison in a moment, but the fact that it's the same price, I think says something. And also, just to kind of lay the foundation, prior to today, if you had a GitHub account, if you were an individual code contributor, it was free, right? It's open, free. But if you wanted to work as part of a team, you had to buy what was called GitHub Teams. So they've made that totally free, and I'm not saying it's crippled or anything like that, but it is a limited Teams functionality set for free. And then if you want to go to, you know, over and above that to GitHub Teams, that's the same price as sort of the entry level GitLab. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think, first of all, like, it's great for everyone. It's now unlimited team members, and we've had that from the start. GitHub is now joining that party, and imitation-wise, we will be the last one to say something. GitLab was greatly inspired by GitHub, and actually, in the beginning, we developed GitLab on GitHub, so we owe them our development platform and the start of our community, and they're serving that role for a ton of open source projects. So that's great. If you look at the comparison now, we think you get some things on GitLab that you don't get for free on GitHub. So we're excited about that. For example, protected branches in private repos, draft, or we call them work in progress merge requests, GitHub pages for private repositories. Those things are free on GitLab and paid on GitHub. But today brought it closer. There's also the bigger picture where we want to do the entire DevOps lifecycle, we want to allow you to do that all within GitLab. So GitLab includes a ton more features, and we'll have a more detailed kind of comparison on our blog post. But with GitLab, you get more than twice the amount of kind of functionality you get with GitHub.
So I'll put forth this proposition. I don't think GitHub is done. I think at the end of the day, Microsoft and GitHub's vision is to make GitHub broad. I don't know if they want to match feature for feature to GitLab, but they do want to make more of a broadened feature set than just its original mission. Let's call it that. But Sid, look, I know you now how long? Probably 3 or 4 years, maybe, right? And and not only you, I've had the pleasure of meeting many people in GitLab as well as talking to many people in the community. This is kind of right up your alley, though, right? Because GitLab is a company that prides itself on putting out, it's an open book, literally, and here are our features. Here are our features, and here is what we do, feature by feature. You have that, there's a whole matrix there that compares. This is what GitLab does, and this is what, in each area that you guys play in, this is what competition does, right? So now that GitHub is, as you mentioned, joined the party, now we could do a little bit more of an apples to apples, right? And see, here's what you get with GitLab that you don't get today with GitHub, and it crystallizes.
They're following our lead of having a single application. It used to be they were about the marketplace, and now since kind of 1 or 2 years, Nat, their CEO, did an amazing job adding verify and package and some secure features also to GitHub. Mm-hmm. So I think that's the most important thing that's happening in this market. And there's pros and cons to both of our offerings. We have a more extensive offering. GitHub has a very polished offering, and we invite everyone to do a comparison. We're starting a campaign, announcing our blog post. Let's compare the two, and let's have people write about that, and we'll hand swag whether you're positive or negative about what we do. But the comparisons will come. But I think the bigger, more important trend is that now this is happening. DevOps is not going to happen between 15 different tools. There's going to be a single application that does that. And some people are going to use GitHub, some will use GitLab. Microsoft will keep investing a ton of money in GitHub. So we think there will be a top contender with us. And that's great news for developers everywhere, because if you can do it in a single application, you can go faster from planning something to getting it out there. And it's, especially in these times, it's also an enablement for remote work. If you want to collaborate, you can't all hang out in meetings all day. You have to work asynchronously, and these tools really help with that.
Yep. And I'll tell you something, not to complicate things too much, Sid, but I think you also have to throw sort of Atlassian in here, right? Because Atlassian, for the most part, pursued that old GitHub model where, look, they had Bitbucket, they have Jira, they have their tools, but they were all about that third party, that Atlassian marketplace where third party folks do it. But they also tried to walk a very fine line of, being very friendly to their third party tool integrations at the same time as developing their own tools that competed with these third parties. You don't know this as we sit here and record this, but there's another announcement coming out today on another end-to-end DevOps tools maker that just did an acquisition and chose a new name and stuff like that. I mean, certainly I think the world is moving towards, hey, we want to be your total end-to-end or whatever you want to call it, DevOps solution. But let me tell you who the real winner is, Sid. I think the real winner are the developers, right? Because you guys are now going to rock'em sock'em compete, matching features, pricing, right? Being competitive, and who wins? The developers and the users who are really, they're going to have to, it's going to be some tough decisions maybe, but they're going to have some great choices out there.
Yep,
So
great choices, and they get more for less, and that's what we want out of competition and out of companies.
Yeah, I mean that's the market, right? That's how market dynamics work. When they're working right, they don't always work right? But given a level playing field, but this one appears to be exactly. I think, as you say, you got to give credit to Natalia, Microsoft CEO, because they've done the right thing with GitHub. They have a great strategy, but they haven't so closely tied it to Azure or made Azure so unedible for GitLab, that you guys don't work on it. Azure remains neutral and open for everyone. So I give them their credit and due for this. Sid, so today we have this matrix. Here's what you offer. Here's what they offer. Comparable pricing. Where we go? Where's GitLab go from here to continue? It's nice for them to be playing. I always say I'd rather be 2 runs ahead in the bottom of the ninth than 2 runs behind. Where's GitLab go? Just to keep the edge.
Yeah, we want to make sure we're competitive. Like GitLab has the most features and the best deal, but most of all, it's about bringing that entire life cycle in. And for example, we just announced that we've open sourced 18 more features, not more than 2 weeks ago, including all the observability features in GitLab are going to have an open source component. So it's no longer just about version control and CI/CD and some packaging. It's about closing the loop, also knowing what you deployed and getting feedback about that, all within the same application. And that will allow great new use cases. For example, hey, if there's a dependency of you that has a security update, if that happens throughout the night, the software can just update itself, replace your production version, and if that doesn't work, it can roll it back and send you an issue to fix when you wake up. But in 99% of the cases, it's just going to fix itself. But for that, you need a single application, and that's where we're going, and we're super excited about that direction and about kind of all the support we're getting from the wider community who are contributing functionality and features.
I mean, Sid, but just sit back. Sometimes, even though we're working from home and we're fighting this pandemic, and I mean, there's so much going on right now. If you just take a sit back and what you just described, and I went back to, let's say, 1999 or 2003, and told a developer that, not just a developer, but a development team, that they're going to have that capability, it would have been like Star Trek-y to them. You know what I mean? I mean, you might as well tell them you're going to beam me up. It's a golden age to be, deploying software with these kinds of tools.
Yeah, and we need it. Like the whole world is becoming software, and we need software to collaborate, and that's what's happening. We've seen a great uptake also from small and medium businesses requesting trials for GitLab.com as they now go remote, but also because software becomes important in every business. It used to be the super large businesses that had software departments. Now it's hard to run a medium-sized business without doing in-house software development.
Yeah. I mean, we're a tiny business here, and it amazes me what we try. I mean, just putting up this little broadcast video thing every day, streaming video. The glue that we had to do on the back end to make this all kind of work is more than I anticipated. I'll leave it at that. Sid, I appreciate you jumping on here and talking about this with us. I admire your outlook, right? Welcome the competition, bring it on. It's going to make us all better. And not only is it going to make both you and the GitHub and Atlassian and everyone else better, but it's going to be good for your customers. and not even just GitLab customers, for the wider community of software developers and development, DevOps, etc. So I wish you the best of luck with this. Sounds good. We'll be watching those monthly releases, 180 to 200 every month of new features in there, right? And we'll be in touch. Hopefully we'll be back on the road soon at some GitLab commits, maybe some virtual events or something.
Looking forward to that. Yeah, and looking forward to the 22nd when we'll have another release. Thanks so much for having me.
Every month, pandemic or not. All right, Sid Siverjani, CEO, co-founder, GitLab, here talking to us about what a great time it is to be developers. And with all you guys working from home and people worried about this disease, let's not forget that's going to pass, and we still are. We're in a great time to be doing software. Sid, take care, man. Best of luck.
Thanks.
Thank you. This is Alan Schimmel for TechStrong TV and DevOps.com. Thanks for joining us. We'll be right back in a moment with another segment.
Hey, I want to wish everyone at Media Ops, the whole team, everybody, congratulations on the 100th episode of TechStrong TV. Thank you for all the production work that you do, all the hard work behind the scenes, the scheduling, all of our guests, most of all, just the team that we have. It's a pleasure to work with all of you, and it's a pleasure to do it for the fantastic audience that we have. Thanks for joining us. We look forward to doing 100 more, maybe more than 100 more. Stay tuned. We'll see.
So look, I just gave you 4 of the top CEOs in the DevOps space, as well as one of the very top people in cyber and DevSecOps, founder there. So just that gives you an idea, I think, of the influence of the caliber of people we have here on TechStrong TV. Now we're going to do what we do always on TechStrong TV, which is the news, which is really the headlines around the DevOps.com, Security Boulevard, Container Journal. I'd like to call them the Media Ops neighborhoods. Of course, that'll be delivered by our managing editor, Charlene O'Hanlon. And then Charlene has picked 2 of her favorite interviews, as I said at the top of the show. One is with Ali Parker of Redgate Software, and another one is with Larry Gordon of XOps. After that, Charlene will give us a webinar preview of what we've got in store the rest of this week for webinars and heading into next week. And then I'll be back to go to the Analyst Corner with Mitch. Here now, Charlene O'Hanlon.
Hey everybody, happy Tuesday. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of TechStrong TV. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, Managing Editor at Media Ops, and I'm here now with the Tuesday headlines for you. First up on DevOps.com, we take a look at the growing use of APIs in development and the corresponding need to secure them. With 23,000 plus APIs currently available and a market value of estimated to be more than 5 billion, that's billion with a B, by 2023, it's clear APIs have taken hold in organizations. But with that popularity comes a plethora of security vulnerabilities that can put said organizations at risk. So this article takes a look at the biggest threats and the top ways that organizations can secure their APIs. Speaking of security, we have an article about the security implications of low code. As I mentioned before, low code is becoming a development methodology of choice in helping organizations accelerate their digital transformation processes, but many low code platforms actually use JavaScript. So to understand the security implications of low code, you first have to understand the security implications of JavaScript. So that's what this article is about. It's definitely worth checking out if your organization is using low code in any part of its development environment. We also have news from content delivery network provider Cloudflare, which has made available a durable objects capability in beta that makes it possible to run stateful applications across a distributed serverless Cloudflare worker service. This approach actually helps reduce application latency, according to the company, and as more computing is pushed to the edge of the network, there is a growing need to deploy stateful applications that process data data closer to where it is generated and consumed. So low latency is a must to ensure high performant applications and a high quality user experience. On Container Journal, Kubler has updated its namesake platform for managing Kubernetes clusters to add support for both spot and on-demand instances of AWS public cloud, as well as version 1.18 of Kubernetes. IT organizations now have a single interface to manage Kubernetes clusters across mixed instances of AWS to reduce costs. This also puts the capability of Kubernetes cluster management in the hands of IT administrators, rather than a company having to hire a site reliability engineer, which can help the organization save money. We also have an interesting primer on how organizations can use containers and Kubernetes in their DevSecOps. The buzz around containers and Kubernetes in particular has been growing, especially around how they can help organizations shift left their security efforts in the development process. This article takes a look at why containers and Kubernetes are so useful in making a move to DevSecOps, not just in improving container security, but also in improving the speed and accuracy of development. Over on Security Boulevard, Sue Paremba has a piece on SMB security. Her take is that small and medium-sized businesses aren't doing enough to protect themselves because they tend to only back up their data. What they really should be doing, though, is backing up their entire infrastructure. Backing up data, security architecture, and network configurations is even more crucial during this global pandemic as a means to ensure business continuity, limit downtime, and recovery from a data breach. We also have an article on the importance of remote audits during the work-from-home era. With the organizations working more from home and compliance remaining mandatory, the ability to complete audits remotely is more important now than ever before, both for the business value of compliance and efficiency, which is the cost and the flexibility of the approach. Fortunately, the majority of regulatory bodies are now allowing remote audits. So this article looks at which ones are and what organizations need to do to remain compliant when employees are working remotely. Okay, that's all we have for the Tuesday edition of the news headlines. Please check back on Thursday for what we've got going on the sites. And meanwhile, please continue to check the sites daily and often, as we always have new content coming on the sites. Until then, this is Charlene O'Hanlon, and I want everybody to stay safe.
ContainerJournal.com is the leading online destination for centralized computing-related content. ContainerJournal.com covers all aspects of software containers, from container management, data management for containers, container security, networking for containers, to the entire container ecosystem, Kubernetes, microservices, serverless, and more. ContainerJournal.com has the largest selection of container-related news, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.containerjournal.com to learn more. ContainerJournal.com is operated by MediaOps Inc., the team behind DevOps.com, Digital Anarchist, SecurityBoulevard.com, DevOps Connect, and DevOpsDozen.com.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey everybody, welcome back to TechStrong TV. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, Managing Editor at MediaOps, and I am here now with Allie Parker, who is a technical lead at Redgate Software. Hey Allie, how are you? Thanks so much for joining me today.
Problems. Thanks for inviting me on.
All right, great. Well, I want to talk to you about Redgate Software's initiative to kind of get the kids engaged with coding during the stay-at-home enforcement period, if you will, during the pandemic. And I'm just so jazzed about this idea because I think it's such a it just is such a great project, and there's so many kids who could benefit from this, especially, when they're quarantined in their houses. But tell me a little bit, how did you guys come up with the idea of starting this?
Well, it all came from my son, Dougie. So at school, he's doing Code Club, and Code Club is a part of the Raspberry Pi Foundation.
Okay.
So they're a charity, so they run these things. They help people teach kids to code. They've got loads of great exercises and things. And he'd been doing it at school, and as soon as lockdown happened, he was going to miss doing his coding club. He's like, oh, does that mean I don't get to do Code Club anymore? And I said, oh, okay, why don't we see if I can organize something? And so I went into work and I had a chat with a couple of my mates and said, what do you think about maybe starting to do a little code club for some of the other Red Gators children? We can do a bit of that. We can, keep our kids entertained at the very least. Mm-hmm. So we started with that idea, and before long, people were saying, hey, maybe we should just put this out to the public and see who's interested. And, we've got quite a few followers on Twitter as Redgate. I don't have many followers, unfortunately, but Redgate's got lots. And we put it out, and it just seemed to go absolutely mad. I mean, what started as, oh, maybe we'll just run it for 10 kids for Redgaters, by the next morning became 1,000 signups of kids.
Wow.
From all over the world as well, right? So not just US and Europe, but we had kids in India and Sri Lanka and in the Middle East and stuff as well had signed up. By lunchtime, we were up like 2,000 signups for this thing, at which point I started freaking out quite a lot.
Yeah. Well, I can imagine if you don't really have the infrastructure to support 2,000 kids all logging in via Zoom or something like that. It's that seems like I think I probably would go even grayer than I am now. But so how did you guys deal with it then? I mean, it seems like you guys hit the ground running.
Well, I mean, it was great. We had such a great response, and one of the great things about working at Redgate is how much freedom we're given and how much we're encouraged to just go and give back to the community.
Mm-hmm.
So when I gave a shout out on Slack, just saying, so it turns out we've got quite a lot of people who want to go to Code Club. If we've got any more volunteers to help out, maybe we can split this into a few sessions. So we split into beginners, intermediate, and more advanced. So the first two doing Scratch, and then the last one doing some Python as well, which was kind of fun. We had a ton of people offer up. So we were running 6 sessions every Friday in the end, which was really nice. And we ended up talking to Code Club as well, because we sort of got in contact saying, hey, we've had this huge response. Mm-hmm. We want to use your materials to do it. Can we can help you out, share your name a little bit as well. And I was surprised to get a phone call from the director of Code Club UK, which was just amazing. My son was super happy to kind of hear from her, and essentially we just set it all up on Zoom. We used Zoom webinars, spoke to our IT department and got our maximum number of people bumped to 500. And it was quite full on. There was quite a lot of safeguarding that we had to take into account as well, obviously, around, it's you talking to other people's children. We want to make sure people aren't sharing their videos and sound and that kind of stuff. But we managed to work our way through all that and make sure we were safeguarding appropriately, and making sure we could share some really cool stuff with the kids.
That's really great. So what's the age range for this coding club?
Oh, so we had everything. I was really surprised. We had sort of 6 through to 14. There was a lot. What was really nice to see was the proportion of people. So we asked up front, has your child done any programming, and have you done any programming? Mm-hmm. And we had something like 40% of people, of kids who were signed up, had parents who had never done any programming either. So they were both starting from scratch together in front of the computer, which was great. A real large proportion was 6 through 8 as well. I mean, that was like 60% of the kids that were coming along with that kind of age group.
So is this something that, obviously we're in the summertime now and school's out, but is this something that you guys have continued? And if you're not doing it over the summer, do you guys plan to maybe start it up again after the school year officially starts?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're having a little break because it was kind of an intense 17 weeks of lockdown doing Code Club. We just recently published our end of term report. So there's a few things on our blog about that, about how we did. how many students, like unique students we had and things like that. So we're taking a break at the moment, and we're trying to think about how we can carry this forward next year. I mean, we might actually flip it around in a way, because we noticed when the school started going back, we started losing quite a lot of people because they were in school. Instead of listening to us, who've never taught anybody before. But yeah, maybe we'll flip it around and we could start doing it in the holidays instead of doing it during term time, if you know what I mean. Because then the kids are there, they're at home. I'm sure parents would love to see them doing something other than playing Minecraft or Fortnite for a change.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I would think that students, even if they are going back to school, actually going to physical schools, that this would be something that they would really be interested in keeping up, because it is something different to look forward to, and so many kids these days kind of live their lives on the computer. And to your point, there's between Roblox and Minecraft and the games such as Fortnite, I know that there's some coding going on, especially with Roblox and Minecraft, but beyond that, I'm not sure it's a real learning experience for them. So I think any chance that the kids can have to actually put their computers to good use, I think is always a good thing, and I'm sure parents would agree with me with that. I think it's an awesome endeavor that you guys have started, and I hope that you have much success with it in the future. Are you guys planning on maybe working with school districts in the future to kind of pull this together, even maybe after the kids do go to school to the physical buildings, and maybe make it an after-school program or something like that?
Absolutely. We're just keying into what Code Club already does across the world. We were using a lot of their resources to help us get going and taking the kids through that kind of stuff. And like I said, Redgate actually encourages us all to personally give back. So it's not necessarily a Redgate sponsored thing, but I get a charity day every year that I can use. And I don't have to use it as a day, but I'm sure I would be encouraged to take up running one of these code clubs more regularly at our schools. And I would encourage other parents to look to other guardians and things, because it's not that hard to set these things up. You get so much great support from them. And I'm looking forward to thinking how we can do some more, especially with my local school that I can see out the window that my son's hopefully going back to in September. I would love to get more involved there and help more people just get some experience of it. We had so much great feedback from the parents who were just surprised at, it's really not that hard. And actually it was really fun. And we sat together for an hour after the lesson and continued to just play about with things and change stuff. I think there's this preconception that with coding, you have to get it exactly right or it won't work. But what's great about things like Scratch is how much freedom the kids can have to kind of just change the project a bit. It's like, it says I need to use a parrot. I don't want to use a parrot. I want to use a polar bear. Or, no, I don't want it to jump like 10 pixels high. I want it to jump 100 pixels high. What happens? What happens if I ask it to jump minus 10 pixels? They can just poke the thing and just play with it. It's so much fun to see the little light bulbs going on in the kids and the parents' faces. It's really great.
That is really great, and I applaud you guys for coming up with the idea, and I applaud your son for poking you to get to it. So great stuff. Well, Allie, I would love to have a conversation with you maybe in about 6 or 8 months or so, and see how the program is going, how you guys have made it work even through the school year, or to your point, maybe switching it over to the holiday breaks. But would love to get an update with you later on.
That would be great. I'd love to speak to you again.
All right, great. Well, thanks so much for joining me today. I really do appreciate it.
No problems.
All right, everybody, please stick around. We've got lots more TechStrong TV coming up, so stay tuned.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to TechStrong TV. I am Charlene O'Hanlon, Managing Editor at MediaOps, and I'm here now with Larry Gordon, who is the co-founder and CEO of a company called XOps, which is, as I understand, a global IT services company that really focuses almost exclusively on DevOps. So, Larry, thanks so much for taking a couple minutes and talking with me today. Appreciate it.
Hey, I'm delighted to be here, and good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. It is morning, isn't it? So I'm really excited about this conversation because we're going to be talking about a topic that is not exclusive to DevOps. It's actually a conversation that I think a lot of organizations are having these days, and that is the topic of inclusivity and diversity in the workforce. And I think, interestingly enough, that COVID has actually kind of brought the topic into full focus for a lot of organizations. You would think it would be the exception or the opposite, since the workforce is not in the actual office. But I would imagine that especially with what's happening society-wise, a lot of companies are kind of taking a second look at how they approach hiring and employing a diverse workforce. So, would really love to get your thoughts on this topic and how you guys go about doing it. So, Larry, what do you see happening out there right now, and what do you think maybe needs to change?
So at XOps, we're a very practical group. We build stuff. We build infrastructure as code. So, when I talk about this, I talk about it, how does it help my clients and my customers? And how does it help my employees? And how does it help our little company? So the first thing I'd like to talk about is how does it help my clients? Because we're very client focused. So we have to provide solutions to them. And since we're DevOps people, often we have to look for solutions in many parts of a technology stack and many parts of an organization. So we need people from diverse backgrounds that we put together in small teams to build things for clients and to solve their problems and to make their IT operations run more effectively. Mm-hmm. So the key thing to being part of our team is that you have to be able to work with people of different backgrounds and different skill sets and have patience and communicate well. So we seek people with diverse backgrounds to work here and to put together on teams. Now, that's technologically diverse, front end, back end, security, deployments, et cetera. But also, if we get culturally diverse people, so people from underrepresented groups in technology, and specifically that's women, that's people of different religions, different races, different colors, different outlooks, people who are handicapped, people who are not handicapped. If we start with, we want to recruit people who are empathetic and understand and able to communicate with people who are not exactly like them, we get better solutions technologically and organizationally for our customers. So, and I always like to talk about theory and practice with a little bit of a story too. So I started my IT career, my software career a while ago. And one of the things that was, a big theme in Information Week and Computer World, the leading journals of the day was the business would go to IT and say, I need this built. And the business culture was so different than the IT culture, and the IT culture would make insular decisions on, I don't want to build that, I don't want to do this, just talking amongst themselves. And they were a pretty close-knit, non-diverse team. And the business tended to be more diverse, and the business wouldn't get the solutions they need because they couldn't break down that cultural barrier, let alone the data barriers and the IT barriers, to building an application that would save the business money or bring in revenue. And in DevOps, right, the reason we exist is because applications have to be rolled out reliably and quickly and securely because they build wealth and revenue. So what happened back then was IT lost budget and lost power to the business because they weren't talking in language and delivering solutions that reflected what the business was doing. So some of us may remember that, but the point is there was a culture in IT that didn't allow them to do business better. And we don't want to fall into that same trap now. We want tech culture and tech representation to reflect business and revenue generating representation. So one thing that happens is we think we deliver solutions based on a more diverse employees. The other way it works is we're small. We're not Cognizant. We're not Accenture. We're not Chase Manhattan Bank. So we have to play Moneyball. If anyone remembers the book and the movie, you find really talented people who are undervalued by the general, population of buyers. So we've been able to find people who are really talented, but who were neglected because they come from underrepresented groups and not necessarily comfortable at a JP Morgan Chase or a big consulting firm. Or, well, no, I don't want to pick on Chase. A big bank. Or a big, right. Right? Because Chase is very good, but others aren't quite as good. So we're able to hire those people and provide great solutions for customers because they're really happy to work for us, and we're able to attract them because we have a workplace that allows them to use their skills to greatest effect. So it helps us in recruiting and finding talent, overlooking the, in the Moneyball sense, be a pitcher who doesn't look like the classic left-handed, pitcher's supposed to look like.
Right. Okay. I wonder if because of the fact that we're all working from home these days because of the pandemic, do you think that the conversations are being had at organizations more or less now that the workforce is largely remote? I mean, taking into account obviously what's happening with the Black Lives Matters movement and basically shining a spotlight on these underrepresented groups. Are we still having the conversations at the proper cadence now that we are mostly remote?
So I'll relate client experience. So let's pick a big bank in New York, and they're all working from home, and it's New York, and it's global, so it's a pretty big. It's diverse in any case. They are specifically dedicating Zoom meetings to open conversations and sort of inclusive conversations, and talking directly about Black Lives Matter and directly about representation and diversity, and are people comfortable working at home, and what do you need, and addressing these topics head on. Is it an awkward conversation? Incredibly so. And people get uncomfortable listening to others talk about the way they interpret what's going on, but I know they're having the conversations. Are they effective? Couldn't tell you, not my business. Don't know how it's affecting how they do business. But I know people are being asked to carve out time from risk analysis and, credit and SEC compliance, et cetera, to have these conversations. And it's not easy for some of these people.
Yeah, I know in obviously in any space, but the tech space, there are inherent biases that come along with, pretty much anybody in any particular organization and any department. People always bring a personal bias into whatever they do and wherever they go. Do you think in the tech space, do you think that that's kind of a different barometer, if you will, from maybe other vertical markets? Because I kind of feel like the tech space is more open and inclusive and welcoming to people of different gender, both men, women, and binaries, and LGBTQs, and people of color, people of different races, nationalities. It certainly has a level of diversity that I just don't see in some other vertical spaces. So, do you agree with me? I mean, is tech kind of farther along than maybe some others?
So, one, tech, of course, is a more global industry than many and has quickly become global. So I think that helps. Tech has, geographical densities in the United States, but still it's pervasive throughout the country. And my bias is to agree with you. But when the other people I speak with hear me agree, they correct me and they say, no, we need women in tech, women who code. We need to be mentors to women who are coming up. We, in our little company, have mentors specifically for the women. And they say, no, Larry. And I'm open-minded. So they're good, smart, talented people. And I think they feel it needs to change and needs to improve. That's the message I get from them. I tend to live in my own little, world, and I like to hear from them. So there are programs and there are people who are attempting to change. Now, having said that, to go back to my original story of, IT wouldn't help them, because we all remember the big bro culture and the Silicon Valley movies and working there. And it was a little weird. And as a manager, I'm like, I don't know that my daughter or wife wants to work in this dev group. They're awfully good and they're high powered and they're well educated and they work hard. It's a little kooky. So
like a fraternity, right?
Fraternity.
Yeah.
And you can't have that, based on the things I said before on who the customers are and how you get things done quickly. I want to agree with you, but I can't.
Well, I guess it's okay to disagree with me on that. But Larry, thank you so much for your time. I do appreciate it. I'd love to see changes, obviously, more changes in equality and in inclusivity and diversity in the tech space and in every space. So I hope that organizations are at least having a conversation. So thanks again for your time. Really do appreciate it.
Sure, Charlene. Thank you for having me. Have a great day.
All right. Thanks. You too. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right, everybody, please stay tuned. We've got lots more TechStrong TV coming up, so please stick around.
Disruption is occurring across every aspect of IT. Open source, cloud services, DevOps, and cloud-native software architectures are democratizing IT and radically transforming how business is done. The old ways of creating software and doing IT are being replaced with agile, flexible, faster, and cheaper methods, benefiting vendors and users alike. Accelerated Strategies Group is out to democratize access of industry expertise and knowledge. We use our expertise and experience to offer insightful, intelligent, useful information in a variety of formats relevant to the IT community, digital events, videos, reports, assessments, workshops, and implementation projects with tech vendors, IT organizations, and business leaders. meetings. We widely and openly share our work products, often for free. Analyst reports these days aren't worth more than a graph or chart that tells a story or illustrates a market trend. We work with developers, DevOps teams, cloud architects, security engineers, and transformation leaders most every day, creating and implementing transformational strategies and technologies. We're not just thinkers, we're also doers.
Hey everybody, welcome back to TechStrong TV. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, Managing Editor at MediaOps, and I am here with the Thursday edition of the Webinars Preview. As I always tell you, we have a lot of great webinars happening on DevOps.com and Security Boulevard, so I encourage you to check out all the webinars that we have on the site, both upcoming and on demand. Hopefully there'll be some there that pique your interest. But here are 3 of the ones that are coming up in the next week or so that I thought you might want to know about. The first one is called Secure Your Red Hat OpenShift Deployments Without Compromising Agility. This one is happening tomorrow, Friday, October 9th at 1 p.m. Eastern on DevOps.com. It's sponsored by Red Hat Marketplace and Tufin. And this webinar will provide an overview of the potential misconfiguration issues and how you can use Tufin Secure Cloud with Red Hat OpenShift to automate the creation and ongoing management of security policy configurations. This is the latest in a series of Red Hat partner webinars that highlight the technology of Red Hat's partners to add greater value to the software development lifecycle. Definitely, this is one worth checking out. The next webinar I want to let you know about is happening also Tuesday, October 13th at 11 a.m. It's called It's the first in a series of AWS Partner Roundtables. So I think it's called AWS Partner Roundtable 1. It's sponsored by AWS. This one is hosted by Alan Schimmel, and it features 4 panelists from D2IQ, Sysdig, Weaveworks, and AWS. And they're going to be talking about the world of Kubernetes. So this is going to be what I think a very interesting conversation, and it's one designed to answer a lot of questions that folks have about Kubernetes implementations, such as if you're not currently deploying a Kubernetes stack, should you be? What are the pros and cons of not joining the crowd? And if you decide that Kubernetes is for you, what are some of the top tips that you can think about to ensure successful development or deployment? So if you already deploy on Kubernetes, we also take a look at what you can do to accelerate your deployments. So Kubernetes, we've had the discussion before, Kubernetes is a really, really popular technology. It's really growing in the enterprise. And so if you are looking to adopt containers and Kubernetes, this one would be a great webinar for you to check out. Finally, we have also happening October 13th, Tuesday at 3 p.m. Eastern on DevOps.com. We have Ship Apps Faster on AWS with unified visibility and security. This one is sponsored by Sysdig, and it looks at how teams are implementing a secure DevOps workflow to ship apps faster and confidently run them in production. So specifically, this webinar will cover how teams can automatically scan for vulnerabilities directly in AWS ECR, detect threats based on syscall data, EKS data logs, audit logs, and AWS CloudTrail with the open source Falco engine, scale Prometheus monitoring for services including Fargate and Lambda, continuously validate against PCI, NIST, CIS, and other compliance regulations, and conduct incident response and forensics for ECS and EKS workloads. If you're using AWS, you want to learn more about how you can utilize the most of your AWS cloud services, definitely check this webinar out. All right, that's all I have for this edition of the Webinars Preview. Check back on Monday when we'll have another lineup for you. And until then, stay safe.
Thanks. You really got me. You really got me. You really got me. Happy 100th episode. Happy 100th episode to everybody at MediaOps. 100th episode of TechStrong TV. Man, it's amazing how far it's come in just a short period of time. Thank our audience too for joining us every day or whenever you can take just a part of it. We appreciate you being there because we do it for you and we love doing it too. Love the team, love all of you. Let's rock on. Here we go.
So usually at this time of the show, I thank Charlene, and I do thank Charlene for doing what she's done, as well as doing what she's done over these 100 episodes. And I usually say it's now time for the Analyst Corner with Mitch. Mitchell Ashley, CEO, founder of Accelerated Strategies Group. Typically, Mitchell gives us a nice little commentary and then a video interview. But for our 100th episode today, I've asked Mitch not to do a commentary, pick his two favorite interviews, and he has. One is a panel he's done with Evelyn Orlick, Mark Settle, some other folks, including Mitch. And another is a great conversation with our friend Tracy Reagan, CEO of Deploy Hub, board member of CDF. So here are two great sessions from Mitch.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hello, everybody. My name is Evelyn Orlick. I'm a research director. Doing research since many years around the topic of DevOps, digital transformation, and many 3 or 4 letter acronyms, I have to say. And I have to tell you, I'm with a fantastic gang of 4, I call them. Gentlemen I have known and met throughout my career, and I'm absolutely excited to have them here. They'll introduce themselves. Let me quickly set the stage for our conversation we're going to have. For the next about 40 minutes or so. Everybody really at this point in time has heard of digital transformation. I don't think I need to explain that. The digital journey is has quite been accelerated, particularly due to the pandemic. There are many digital services which have showed up without us really wanting to have them done, but they needed to be done. And that's actually great news. Now with that, DevOps and the DevOps professional, the DevOps role, the DevOps movement, or the DevOps journey is one which plays a pretty significant role in that. And so what we wanted to do for the next 40 minutes is talk about the topic around what are some of the challenges on the skills relative to developing this DevOps team, the DevOps individual, the DevOps group, because we know there's a lot of challenges. I do know from research I've conducted that there are significant challenges relative to upskilling. We do know that about 48% of, from a survey we just recently did, 48% say they have no chance to find a skilled DevOps individual. And then 38% say once they found one, it's really hard to retain them. So that's kind of giving us the broad framework for our conversation. Gentlemen, I think might make sense to just introduce yourself. What do you do? Who are you? And then I'd love for you to share with us and with our audience what keeps you motivated in this time of our pandemic worldwide. What keeps you going? Because it is a challenge for all of us. So, Mitch, you're on the top left of my screen. Why don't you start?
Great. How about I'll start and then I'll hand it off, pick somebody next.
That's great.
Okay, great. Mitch Ashley, CEO with Accelerated Strategies Group. And we focus on the areas that you're talking about, digital transformation, DevOps, cloud native, cybersecurity, those areas. My background is I'm a repeat entrepreneur. I've also worked in large enterprise, started in IT as a developer, kind of moved up through the ranks. But I've been in IT as a CIO and head of IT organizations. I've also been a CTO of product organizations for SaaS online services, for security products. So I kind of worn both hats and been on both sides, which is what makes being in the analyst business a little bit more fascinating. In terms of keeping me up at night, I'm fascinated by not just change, but what is the change going to look like? And it's change means we're creating the future. And so I'm always constantly trying to figure out, well, what does this mean? Where is that going? What are other people seeing, learning, and doing? And how can I help other people in that process and get to whatever that new future looks like? So that's best jazzing to me. So thank you. How about Tom? You want to go next?
Yeah, sure. So Tom Gogan, I'm the Chief Product Officer and head up the IT Ops Management Products Group at Micro Focus. Background, I've been with Micro Focus, previously HPE, for 4.5, 5 years now. Prior to that, I've done a succession of roles at places like Sun Microsystems, Apple, BlackBerry, over the course of my career. So covered off on a lot of mostly building enterprise software products, delivering those to market. Yeah, what keeps me up at night, or what's the challenge? I always answer those questions. The most important thing for me is taking care of my family, especially at a time like this. Keeping things going, and the thing that keeps me up at night is, when are my teenage boys going back to school? So looking forward to that time.
Great. How about Mark? You want to go next?
Sure. So I'm Mark Settle. I am a 7-time CIO, and I'm currently serving as an advisor to a variety of startup companies. I'm based here in the Bay Area, and what's really actually pretty exciting about the current environment is, many of these companies are doing extremely well. It's kind of counterintuitive, but many of the startups would tell you that they are more productive in the current environment than they were, pre-COVID. The commuting obligations that people had in the past have gone away for the time being, and simple metrics like the amount of code that's being generated and put into GitHub, and if you look at the efficiency of the funnel that's used to generate sales prospects and convert them into actually new customers. It was maybe some companies failed completely. I mean, let's face it, some are not with us anymore. Some others maybe stumbled momentarily, but others, have really come back. I had a funny story. I was talking to somebody who, an IT leader that was meeting with their facilities manager, and they were trying to put together the plan to bring people back to the office. And then they said, well, people are more productive not coming in. So why are we trying to accelerate them to come back? What's the net gain of bringing them back here? And so I think a lot of firms here are pushing that off to sometime after the first of the year, and there's no definite plan for a lot of companies today.
That's interesting. Great. Jeff.
Hi, Jeff Weber. I'm the executive director with Robert Half Technology. We help organizations around the world find resources they need for their technology projects and operations, kind of all skill levels, but a lot of software development and technology operations and support. But I have about more than 35 years of experience. Started as a developer in the 80s, and wrote code and did projects, database design, et cetera, back in that era. And then always thought I was going to become a CIO like my colleagues here, but never quite made it. I got the consulting bug and spent 20 years in consulting, doing everything from security to strategy and governance and operations. Through that process, I got connected with Gene Kim, doing some research on IT best practices and what made a good, what was the impact of good IT management, which eventually evolved into the DevOps. So I've been connected to DevOps as an operational model here for the last 10 years. So in my role with Robert Half, I help our teams figure out how to connect the right people to the right jobs. And, most of right now in COVID, the point of personal things, those kind of things, in my mind, I ebb and flow from, being, this is perfectly great working at home, to, I can't believe I'm in the same chair and the same desk for now 123 days. And I don't know that I'll ever leave. But, it's that idea of, we're talking a lot with our clients about when do they come back to work and how, right? It's easy for our technology people to be remote and do this work, even maybe more remote than ever, right? Can you fill a need with a resource in Florida for a project in Seattle? That would rarely have been done just 120 days ago. but it's happening more and more. So that idea of not only how to do the work, but then what type of work really matters, right? Are we really doing more DevOps, and what does it mean to people? And this whole concept of upskilling and training and resource modeling is something that, I think what Mitch said is this idea of anticipating and the change. It's an exciting time when you get past the problems of today, right? There's a lot of really cool stuff that I think we'll end up talking about here this morning in relation to that. So looking forward to the discussion.
Great, very fantastic backgrounds. Thank you, gentlemen. So 42% of organizations are actually adopting DevOps at the project level. So that is one or many projects, right? And again, these are global enterprises. And then about 24% are adopting it at the enterprise level. That means at end-to-end, which is, wow, I have to say that's fantastic. And then 22% are planning, and then this is 2020 numbers. So all of these almost adds to 100%. There's a few who say, we tried it, it failed. Or some said that they're never going to do it for whatever reason. They might have the reasons because it might not be for them. So posing a question, why is it so hard to find these DevOps people? What do you guys think? What do you hear? What are some of the comments you have heard in your travels, in your virtual meetings, in your conversations? Mark, do you want to, 7-time CIO, I'm sure you have lots of exposure to many of your kinds. Share what you have heard.
So there are many flavors of DevOps. In IT, we love to have acronyms that don't really mean anything that can be used broadly to describe lots of different situations. And so there would be groups probably even that would claim that they're proficient in DevOps that other groups would look at and say, well, that's not even, that's not really even DevOps at all. In fact, I think sometimes to the uninitiated, the terms Agile and DevOps are used interchangeably. So if you're using Agile, then you say, well, we're a DevOps team. And so these things come in many different flavors. So you have to be kind of suspicious, especially when people start responding to surveys, what they think they're doing. This isn't like a certification that you get that says this group is definitely a class 1 DevOps team. But having said that, to kind of cut to the core of why this is so difficult, the terminology that I get exposed to, I don't know if I've ever seen a role, job position that would be online like a DevOps engineer necessarily. I think it'd be more generic, like a software engineer of some type or a principal software engineer, et cetera. Although I'd be interested if other members of the panel have seen that kind of nomenclature used in terms of position descriptions. But the more generic term that I've seen used, and I use all the time, is that of a full stack developer. And a full stack developer, the definition of that has really evolved over time. And one of the core DevOps principles is that the team members and the team is about as self-sufficient as it possibly could be. And with the tools that we have today, individuals can set up their own infrastructure, they can write their own code, they can debug their own code, they can release their own code, and the real purist would say that's sort of the end state that we all want to get to. Well, the problem is the number of tools that are out there have proliferated, incredibly. And so to be able to master those tools, and be adroit at, using them in the proper way and not bumping into other developers, et cetera, is a pretty sophisticated art form. And you don't see a lot of people that, fully embrace or are able to do that whole thing. In fact, I think it's kind of ironic that a lot of DevOps teams have actually gone back to some degree of role specialization. So instead of everybody doing QA on the team, there'll be a couple people, they may code, but they really spend most of their time on the QA side. And then maybe another team member that's sort of the infrastructure person that makes sure that, if they're spinning up or opening up environments, that those are getting turned off and, costs are being managed appropriately, et cetera. So that's kind of a long-winded answer, but I really think the kind of skill set that you look for is this full stack developer, and that can mean many different things depending on what the team is there to do. So let me ask Mitch maybe. Mitch, do you see the job term DevOps engineer show up as a actual job position that people are recruiting into?
Mark, I have occasionally, and usually what it's used for is sort of the narrow slice of DevOps of CI/CD of someone that can come in and implement automated testing or continuous integration. That's because that's the starting point, or at least that's typically been, automating testing has been a goal, and now that's sort of fundamental to DevOps, right? Is to automate everything as much as possible.
Right.
So, but beyond that, I think it's very confusing. What's a DevOps engineer? And to your point, you talked about Agile. I think Agile is much better defined in terms of a common definition, but maybe it's because it's been around a little bit longer. DevOps is pretty loosely defined and an evolving thing. There's not one place to go to say, if you do these 5 things, you're a DevOps team or DevOps company. But I always ask myself the question of what's behind, why would you do that? Is it just sort of the next fad for IT? Is there really a benefit you're trying to achieve? And I think some of that confusion around DevOps also ties back to that. Is I always look at ultimately what's the business value we are trying to accomplish. Otherwise, who cares, right? If it's an IT metric, so what? I mean, maybe it's meaningful to IT, but why is it valuable to the business? So I think your point around being able to be as self-sufficient, et cetera, all lead to how do we get the right software out the quickest and give companies a competitive advantage through software. That's really what DevOps and Agile hopefully are there to ultimately deliver, at least in part. But that's I think why it's hard to find DevOps people, because it can mean a lot of things because everybody's a different place in their journey. If you're 5,000 person IT organization with huge investment in mainframe applications, but you're starting to venture into or maybe have some client, cloud native or containerized kind of applications, and this real mixed environment. How do you come together and create a DevOps strategy? Do you tie it all together? Does everybody work together? Do you do the same thing? Use the same tools? There's more questions than answers, I think, a lot of times. Not to make the problem unsolvable, but it's really kind of contextual dependent of each organization and what makes sense for them for where you are right now, and then where do we go from here, and how do we implement? How do we make that meaningful to us for DevOps? So kind of my long-winded answer, Mark. I don't know if that made any sense to you, but I'd love to hear from Jeff and Tom too. Your thoughts on
much of it in our world, and certainly in my world, kind of coming at it from a product development perspective, is more of a mindset. So we've driven agile transformation here at Micro Focus in the last few years, particularly in my product group. That mindset is around doing things over smaller things over shorter periods that eventually grow into big things. And it has the counterintuitive effect of driving actually up the predictability of outcomes. And I have this discussion with customers all the time. By moving and shifting to more of an agile mindset and agile delivery model, I can actually give you a lot more rigor around what my roadmap looks like, what the outcomes look like quarter over quarter, versus looking 18, 24 months over the horizon and trying to figure out where the developers will be then. And that resonates with customers. Also drives up our quality, right? So and part of the agile mindset is to do something and get it done, finish it off, make sure it works before you pass it on or move on to the next thing, or pass on that component to somebody else to work on. DevOps to me is kind of the same thing. It's a mindset shift. So you go from thinking of the world in terms of, say, IT or software development, and what you have to become as part of the product team. So you're no longer part of a cost center running a business system as much as you're part of the product team, looking for the ways in which to deliver the product to the market most cost effectively, that delivers on the SLAs that you put in place for your customers, those kind of expectations. And I think that speaks to the challenge of finding the right person for those types of roles. Just to your point, you look for a full stack developer. I mean, we ran into a huge problem when I was running a company in Ireland a few years ago. Huge problem, outages with our primary customer because of a scale issue. The problem itself manifested in a bunch of different ways on the front end. Explosive use of APIs that we had predicted wouldn't be used at all, this kind of thing, right? And as you dug through it, you had to get into Cassandra at the time, and it was just But there were really was only 1 or 2, 3 people at the company who understood the full end-to-end implications of how the whole system operated. And so from a software perspective, the full stack, and then the hardware that it was sitting on, right? And could put that together. One of our interim solutions was to throw a bunch of flash memory at the problem, which did help with the problem. But as a developer, you wouldn't necessarily think that way. As a DevOps engineer, if you will, you're definitely looking at the full stack and the full system to figure out how to optimize across that. Those are special people. They're very talented. And boy, oh boy, you want to hold on to them if you find one.
I would say there's a lot of, I agree with every comment there, but I would say there's a fair amount of job postings for DevOps engineers, but all the factors that you guys all talked about are why that's very difficult. I usually look at the DevOps engineer as the evangelist, or as the person in the organization that's helping to deploy DevOps, not necessarily the person that's the front end or full stack developer that's executing in a front end shop. Trying to get your clients and yourselves to figure those things out in the job world is a big deal. So all of that words, it made me sit there to think. In 1989, I took a job. I was a database engineer was my title. And one of the other guys was an engineer, and he's like, "You are not an engineer." And they changed my title to analyst, right? The point is, for 30 years, we've had this debate over titles and roles. So we could talk probably for the full 45 minutes on, is a DevOps developer and a front-end full stack developer the same thing? We won't resolve that. I will say, though, that what I've seen over the 10 years or so of DevOps, it went from engineers and software.com type companies that could get their head around the core concepts and implement it without much legacy. They were a greenfield, if you will. They were able to go in. What we've seen now is this idea that these corporate entities, that for a enterprise, right, to go DevOps all in for everything in that corporate world, that their software and their customers are internal, right, more than they are external, et cetera. You know, now you're changing so much, right? And that adapting is what's causing a lot of that. And without a good definition, a consistent taxonomy, a lot of that's where they then start to struggle in the corporate politic. In my mind, it's clear the ability of DevOps and Agile, as we've said, to generate the ability to add business value faster in a more consistent and managed way is what it's all about. How do you go from cost to value? But we can all say that conceptually until we have to sit with the 500 people in our organization and the 12 different consulting firms that all have a different flavor of it in order to get to that same objective. And that's where the problems, start.
So I heard you say, I loved the contextual DevOps individual, or sometimes we call them the contextual DevOps human, right? To stay away from that loaded term of engineer, because Jeff, as you and I found out, we both are DBAs, and I was also a DBA analyst. I thought I was an engineer, but they downgraded me to an analyst. However, being an analyst for 15 years, I think that's not a bad title after all. So I heard you say contextual. I think that's great. I heard also, I loved the evangelist who actually takes on the mindset. I think, Tom, you said that, and Jeff, you said the same thing. So really trying to inspire the rest of the organization, because there is a significant culture change in how we do things, right, in that space. I heard about thinking of the whole thing as a product, really delivering that end-to-end perspective, but having empathy for all the different roles who are potentially part of that product team. So I want to leave that because I want to ask you for something else, which is near and dear to my heart, because I always get asked when I'm at events, what course should I take? What should I learn? What masterclass should I watch? What certification should I take? And there is a variety of different answers to that. So I'm curious. So Tom, when you guys hire, I'm sure you get into the conversations of that gentleman or that lady, the right person for our development of the next. I won't name the name of the product, but what do you look for? What are some of the skills you would say are absolutely must have?
Well, a couple of questions in there, Evelyn, but you know, when we're looking at hiring folks and looking at skill set, really what I'm looking for is, again, I come back to the mindset, the attitude towards things, right? So I want to see somebody who's really curious, right? We're looking for people who have a curiosity, a sense of interest in a variety of things, right? Rather than someone kind of getting locked into one specific area. And so as I'm looking at skill sets, I'm looking at people to hire, for example, in different roles. I'm really interested in people who are curious, who are interested in diving into something, who can bring a different set of perspectives to whatever challenge it is that we're going to throw at them. When you come into even a role like mine, coming from the outside in allows you to bring sort of new, fresh perspectives and challenge the central beliefs of the teams. We made a transition to cloud native, bet on Kubernetes 4 or 5 years ago. Part of it, I mean, my CTO recommended going that way, and I had been doing some consulting with a startup before joining HPE, and they were all over it. I could see where developers were going, and it was a no-brainer. So bring that fresh perspective in, know that it's the right way to go, make the step and go. So when we're hiring, I like to see people that are curious, they're really interested in what we're trying to do. They don't necessarily have to have the background in IT ops management. I think you can learn that as you go, but you really need to have a curiosity and a willingness to just kind of roll up your sleeves, get in and do the work.
Cool. Other thoughts? Jeff, what do you see?
Well, I think it's an interesting, and I think I hear what Tom said there a lot, right? What we want is curious. We want people that can adapt. We want thinkers. Yet what we train to are languages and tools and environments, right? And so to that individual that's trying to figure that out, they get a certification in something, right? It doesn't mean they're creative and or thinkers and take on new things, right? And I think that's one of the real issues is we still need the skills. We expect the ability to know the languages and the tool sets, right? Those kind of things. And there is this practical experience that you can do over time. So we're sort of caught in all of that because it does take time. And if the process in your organization is still changing quite readily, and it's in itself adaptable, a lot of the core skill sets, you have to rethink how do they apply in that new process. And if I'm a consultant and I go from organization to organization, I might place a person in DevOps at company A and they go to DevOps at company B, and all of a sudden they can't be functional, right? And that's a real challenge. So I think it's this idea, we don't really know how to consistently define it. I'll go back to my story of the analyst, Evelyn, that you brought up, but we had these debates years and years ago. People wanted to only know, COBOL, and they only wanted to work in a mainframe. They didn't want to go to client server, and they were trying to decide how to build and evolve their career. And sometimes they had a long career in one thing and never did change, right? In today's world, that change is happening at a much different rate. It isn't every 3 to 5 years, it's every 3 to 6 months type thing. So I think there's a lot of complexity to the individual person trying to figure out how to evolve those careers. And I think we, to the broader technology community, can just work on continuing to refine that, continuing to give some structure to it, which is evolving and which is, I think, happening, which is needed for the corporate to really change.
Well, there's kind of an analogy here to the field of architecture. Like if you go to a major university and get a degree in architecture, they don't have classes in mechanical drawing. I mean, you got to go pick that up on your own someplace along the way. And I think the same is true in our profession. But you need to have some innate curiosity about how these tools work, and really kind of enjoy. It's almost a sense of personal satisfaction for the really good programmers. They love the challenge of mastering a new tool or a new language. And it's just one other reflection. It's interesting. In the old days, I don't know what that would be, maybe 10 years ago, we'll all remember the QA function was typically the first stage of a developer's career. Somebody would come out of school or have minimal experience. We'd put them on a QA team, and they'd start to see what like software looks like, and there'd be bugs, and they get to fix maybe more innocuous things, et cetera. And then once you got that level of familiarity, you'd kind of move up and become a junior coder or whatever the terminology would be, and then move through more levels of responsibility. But when you wrap it all together and you have like a DevOps person, there's no QA role by itself in a lot of organizations. You've got to come in and be able to do 12 other things at the same time. So it's more challenging, but by the offset of that is that people do get exposed to these tools a lot earlier, typically in their careers.
But I think you bring up a great point of how do we create a career path for individuals, right? Because the people that are running the shops are people like us that had a model that was a career path that isn't necessarily the same anymore. And so those individuals, we see it today, even a lot of people are trying to reskill because of COVID. You have a lot of people that are taking whatever that time is. We have a lot of organizations trying to help minorities and other type of groups get skills that they can then go be employed. But you need the entry level. You need the process by which to do that. And I think we're going to have to be thoughtful in what that looks like, and not just say, hey, you should be a DevOps engineer or you should be a whatever, because that probably isn't a nice path for that person that doesn't come with if you have a lot of these, data scientists or DevOps engineers, they're engineers or analysts today, with master's degrees in math, and they get taught things and they're innately curious and investigative, et cetera. And the challenge is now you're taking them to have that framework, and you want to make them teach them JavaScript and hope they can then go work in a development role in a DevOps shop. So those are some real challenges that are even more today than they were just a little bit ago.
I think part of what we're talking about, Evelyn, is this change from just like careers aren't a linear path anymore, right? Just like software is not a linear path anymore. I think we work in an environment where going to the curiousness that you talked about, Tom, it's this innate ability to learn and have a thirst for learning. And the higher thirst for learning people have, the more they're going to sort of step up in their career, take on the next thing, figure that out. So that's something that I look for. It's get away from the checkbox of, do you have skill A, B, C, and D? Actually, I might need one of those. Like right now, I need to make sure you have that. The rest of it, you'll either learn or it'll change. In 2 years, we're going to be looking for that plus something else. So I hope I'm never going to find somebody that has all the stuff that I want for the role that I am trying to put them into. So that can they learn it? Do they have a past history of demonstrating, especially if they've done it on their own initiative in some way? I've learned it at home. I learned it through, being part of meetups. I learned it through these community groups that I'm part of as a developer. That's, I think, the world that software has evolved to. Not everybody does that. We didn't do that earlier like everybody does today. But I find this interesting because in other domains, I'm working with people that come right out of school, master's degree or undergrad, and I'm shocked at how comfortable and how fearless they are with using tools. It's like, oh, I can learn that. I'll go figure that out. I did this is sort of a little bit of a tangent, but we did a focus group one time, and we were trying to figure out home services that we might offer. And some guy said that, yeah, I poured my patio myself. I'm like, you poured your own cement? How did you do that? How'd you figure out you could do that yourself? I watched the YouTube video and it was 3 minutes. So I figured if it could be explained in 3 minutes, I could do it myself. And that's, I don't believe in career paths anymore. I believe in helping coaching people achieve the next thing of where they want to go in their journey. Everybody has an individual journey. I don't think there's a career path for DevOps people. I think it's everyone's own path. And our role is to help people figure out, how do you achieve what you want to do now? And can we match that with where the organization is and needs? Or how do we create an opportunity? Or if it's not here, they're probably not going to be here 3 years from now. How can I help you get to the next thing and get the next person in? Right. So anyway, I think it's a much more fluid environment than certainly what I was used to when I started my career.
I agree. That's very inspirational, Mitch. The challenge lies that there's many leaders. Just if I look at here, sitting in Germany and the companies around me, very traditional enterprises where their leadership is not necessarily of the same mind. When I, for example, shared with them the word holacracy, I think that's how it's said, which is exactly the model which says whatever I'm passionate about, whatever I think I can do, I go and do because I own my own career. If I want to be a DBA in whatever, MongoDB, or if I want to be an AI person or a EX or whatever, I take that and I go for that. Unfortunately, there is that clash between the traditional, right, the traditional way of how, as Jeff used described, we lay out this career plan. There is vendors and communities who have certifications. We still have to get a master's. I have two daughters who are struggling, one in architecture, Mark, the other one in psychology, who say, Mom, what am I supposed to do now? I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do now? You got the degree, I paid for it, do something. But they are used to that thought that some there is that path, right? There is that. When I started at Hewlett Packard, I started as a programmer with a master's as a programmer because that was the career path. And so any ideas on how do we, I mean, besides saying we're the leaders, you guys are the leaders you're hiring, but it's only 4 of you. How can we spread that gospel besides this conversation we're having? So if you're listening in, this is the gospel. Be aware of that you need to change that mind. But how can CIOs do that in a way without or leaders without upsetting the entire company and HR and the CEO and the revenue and everything else? Any tips?
Well, I think part of it for me is get to know the people on your team. Those are the most, you're going to impact them directly. And so I can give you an example. A woman on my team was running my business ops. She's an absolute rock star. And she was getting bored, frankly, after many years of this. And so the discussion centered around, well, I've got, a few projects like this I want to get going. One of them was really around what we call now DocOps, leading into what are we doing, from a DevOps perspective, but really driving DocOps and getting to a modern self-help approach to our product documentation, our product support, that sort of thing. And she just stepped right into it and took it on with gusto, right? And it allowed her to kind of carve out something new and interesting to do on her journey. She's done it so well. Of course, we promoted her and all of that, right? But it's getting to know the people that you work with, the teams that you work with, and then encouraging that same model to be passed on down through the organization. Look, we're in a unique time, right, where the people working for us know more about their jobs than we'll ever know about them. Mm-hmm. And so you really are depending upon, the folks around you to drive. And it's more important now than ever, I think, for leadership to set a vision, set a direction, and then work with your team to drive to that vision and that direction, right? And you do that with your team now. You get the buy-in, you build it, you work it, and then you drive to it. But you're depending on people who are far more experts in these various areas that you depend on to actually be successful to do it. So I think you get to know your people, you get to know the environment, but then, as I said, very important to be able to set a vision and a direction, put the right incentives in place, and then help people follow the pet journey that they want to follow to get there.
So I would agree with Tom there. And from the IT perspective, all of that's true, right? I guess I would have always said, as an IT person, we're always pushing the string up a little bit as an IT to the business owner, right? To that, what is that business person that's wanting value? They looked at us as cost, right? So you guys can, whatever you need to do, Tom, you guys do it. But you can't spend more, you can't have more, et cetera. What's happening though, and it's been happening over the last 5 to 10 years, is this concept of IT as a driver of value and a driver of growth, not a manager of value and a manager of growth. I think COVID has done nothing but accelerate that transformation, right? I mean, and so it's been happening. Cloud is not a new thing, but cloud even more is accelerating. Digital if it's not bolted down, it's going digital. And a lot of those things would have been done except for funding and or buy-in and or, industries that use it regulatory as an excuse for not doing that. All of those excuses are now past, right? And to be honest, we'll probably do 5 years of transformation in the next 2 years or 1 year, right? So I think we may get what we hope for, but not then be prepared for what it is that's expected of us, right? Because we're still playing the games of we've used 20 different tools and we don't have a defined set of skills and we don't have a strategy, those kind of things. So those are real problems for us to deliver, but I think the business is now going to expect us to do that.
I heard you say servant leadership, I think, is, Tom, what yes. I think you discussed. I love that. Yeah. I remember doing some research at Forrester at the time. And Jeff, to your point, I wanted to share a story I just discussed with a gentleman who has a very large IT organization in New York City. Of course, in 4 weeks ago or so, within a matter of days, they had to transform their entire organization to move outside into their home offices because of the pandemic. And he was saying things which didn't happen before, the kind of collaboration, the kind of empathy, the listening, the servant leadership, all of those, soft skills, or sometimes I call them human skills or core skills, were there in their people, but they never really had that time to express because they were so enthralled with the latest tool of whatever DevOps platform they are going to buy or they're going to exchange or whatever else. And so in that crisis mode, they shifted into this backup mode of really connecting and really understanding who they are, which almost brought me to tears because he said in 2 days, all of them were in their back office, in their home offices, and they were just heroes. And so that made me think of what you were saying, Jeff, that we finally, as IT folks, we're no longer technologists per se, we're actually business partners and business technology enabling and helping. So that was great. Any other thoughts on what we just talked about? We have a few more minutes. We can maybe 2 more minutes. Any other thoughts? Mitch, you look like you have a thought. I can see that.
Do. No, I think the point around the acceleration of this that Jeff you're bringing up, and Tom and you talked about, Evelyn, is what I've heard is how when we have to make a decision, we can make one. Like, what collaboration tool are we going to use? How are we going to do our remote meetings? All of a sudden, when you have to make a decision, you got to get something done. That sense of urgency can bring people together and get things done. And I think that's one of the shockers to the folks outside of IT is how come we've been debating what collaboration tool, Slack or Teams, for the last year, but we suddenly in a week can have it implemented. How do I get that to happen every week, right? So because we need to operate at that pace. So I think there's some introspection that's worth, yes, it's because we're forced up against the wall. We got to do something quick. Let's go get it done. But what did you do in that situation? You might be able to bring back to kind of regular everyday life. The other thing to add into is organizations are definitely accelerating their digital projects, their transformative projects. And one of the reasons is when things get disrupted, when the cards kind of get thrown up in the air. You remember that game 52 card pickup? We kind of throw them all on the floor, and then the other person realizes the joke and they got to pick them up. That's kind of what the rules get rewritten, and supply chains have been broken. They're not going to be reassembled the same way, but they're also going to be driven by different kinds of strategies. Cisco and the housing crisis of 2008, for example, chose to, rather than having specialists and having 3 or 4 that do a certain kind of products, they wanted a handful of manufacturers that could do any number of projects around their optical equipment or whatever type of equipment. So they've got a lot more flexibility in their strategy for supply chain. I think that's how we need to think about software. It isn't that we want people to be fungible and just kind of they're here, gone, whatever. It is about, it's a people business, and it's all about the EQ, right, of how we work with people. They themselves are going to be moving in and out. We don't have 10, 20, 30-year careers at companies anymore. that's how folks expect to live. And I think that's how they're going to continue to live. So I think we can, instead of saying, well, why doesn't it work the way we want it to? Let's take the way people want to work and adapt that to how we need to get things done. And that's where hopefully there's some magic sauce that we can make happen.
Magic sauce is good. Before I turn it over to you, Mark, because I know you have a thought, for all of you, I would like to end with all of you saying one word, just one word, which is near and dear to our conversation. So while Mitch, Tom, and Jeff get to think about it, Mark, you always have quickly a word, but anything to what Mitch just said, and then we'll go to the one word and we'll wave goodbye. Oh, I now know why people are waving. Sorry, Mark. People are waving because when you leave a meeting, you kind of get up, physical meeting, you get up, you kind of grab your stuff into, and you kind of slowly walk out, and people are seeing that you're leaving. Well, in a Zoom or in a digital virtual meeting like that, it's like Mitch pushes the button and we're done, which is why we're all waving, because that means we're kind of saying goodbye. That's research-based. All right, Mark, any last thoughts, and then we'll go to the last word, and then we'll wave goodbye.
Okay. So, well, one thought came up while Mitch was talking. I think one of the things we've all learned is how resilient and adaptable our teams are. I mean, it's a really kind of remarkable how people have soldiered through and done things and delivered things, completed things that are beyond what normal expectations would be. I was talking to somebody the other day, and I said, maybe we need more drama in the workplace. Maybe we need to create these incredible feats of unbelievable challenge. That people
chaos monkey.
And if you think about it, that's what happens in a lot of the startups. So the startups, maybe you've got initial customer that wants to see a certain feature added to the product. Maybe you're coming up on a funding round. Maybe your VCs are looking for you to be able to show 100% increase in sales relative to a prior quarter or a year ago. And so the gun's kind of always at your head, and you celebrate these accomplishments as you go along. And, I just think in larger companies where things move a little more lethargically, maybe people need to get a little more creative about introducing drama into the workplace, which is something, you wouldn't normally hear prescribed, but it seems to have had a very, very positive effect in our current situation. So with that, I'll yield to the word round.
Now you get to think, well, let's start with you, Mitch. What's your one word? And remember, I say one. The focus is on the one.
I always go back to everything happens with people. It's always about people. We like to think it's other things. Nothing happens without people. So how do we help our people succeed? So that to me is the word I go back to.
People. Good one. Tom, you got one? You can pass to Jeff if you don't have one. But
no, it's okay. I like because part of the theme of this has been people, process, tools, which we talk about. So I appreciate what Mitch is saying. So I actually, the word I like right now is inflection, or two words, inflection point. I think we're living through one of the most exciting times of our lives. And I got to live through the whole, internet coming alive in the 90s, and I happened to be at Sun then, and it was an incredibly exciting time. Right now, what we're going through, I mean, our developers, we track them, like you guys were saying, we track them worldwide. They haven't lost their velocity. In fact, they're doing better. And in many ways, when you survey them, their quality of living has gone way up. Okay, and frankly, we've got folks, working out of home offices they've crafted in their garages, but their quality of life is going up. The intimacy that we have with our colleagues today, you're all sitting in my home office, right, is higher than it's ever been, despite the fact that we're not really face-to-face. I think this is a major inflection point in terms of how we live and the quality of our lives going forward. And we'll come out of this. I mean, we're already looking at optimizing property, all of this sort of thing, because I like working this way. It seems a lot of people like to work this way, and it seems we're every bit as productive as we were. So this is, to me, a really, really interesting point in history, actually.
Great, thank you. Jeff?
We use a word leader of who I report to, she often talks about, having pride in what we've done and where we're going. I think I can tie it to a lot of the inflection, being curious, right? But, the ability to do all the things that have happened and set yourself up to be thoughtful going forward. I think we should take a moment to, as organizations and individuals, be proud of what we've accomplished and, use that as motivation for what we can then do, going forward.
Beautiful. All right, Mark.
So I'm gonna close this out with the word opportunity. And there are many different kinds of opportunities that have presented themselves because of this current situation. I have a good friend here in the Bay Area who's a CMO. He's working from home and he has 2 girls. I think they might be in junior high or something like that. So they have family lunches every day. He said, I would have never had lunch with my kids. That's like an unheard of, and they actually talk, at lunch. So it's not the end of the day when everybody's exhausted and has activities to go participate in. So, from a parenting point of view, there's some opportunities. From a skills development point of view, we've talked about this, and the skills are never static. People should be exploring that. Then at a business level, I think there are some smart people out there, and this kind of an situation we're in, they're looking around at adjacent spaces or competitors. I mean, don't think that Hilton's not looking at what Marriott's doing on their website or scraping prices off of Sky Blue's commuter, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So people are, the smart people that have the resources will find this to be, you look 2 or 3 years from now and there'll be some people that'll point back at this and say, we could have never gotten to where we are today if we hadn't used that as an opportunity.
Excellent. Fantastic. I have one too. Mine is just empathy, which I think is very much infiltrated through what you guys said. Gentlemen, this has been really, really good. I'm an honor to share the screen with you, I should say. Thank you very, very much. I hope we will screen again together at some point. Have wonderful days. Journey to your kitchen for the cup of coffee or in the garden for a glass of cocktail this evening, which is what I'm going to have because it's 7 o'clock. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Evelyn.
Thanks, everyone.
Nice to talk to all of you. Learned a
Cheers.
bunch.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Well, I'm joined by Tracy Reagan, who is CEO and co-founder of Deploy Hub. Great to talk with you, Tracy.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's always a privilege, really it is.
Well, the privilege is definitely mine, so I appreciate you saying that. You and I have been on a couple panels here recently, and that's more of where we've gotten to know each other, I think, through some of those panels.
Yeah, those are fun, right? That's fun. I like doing them.
I do enjoy that. And you learn different things about people that way, because it usually just I don't know you. Now we're having this discussion. I'm getting all kinds of ideas and thoughts and how you feel about things, at least for an hour and a half. So it's a kind of a deep dive into the pool, and then we're back out and talk again. Yeah. You and I have talked a lot since, and I'm glad to be meeting with you. So for folks that don't know Deploy Hub, we're going to be talking about one of your recent announcements or release. Just give folks an idea of who Deploy Hub is. We'll go from there.
Yeah, so Deploy Hub is a configuration management and deployment solution that's specific to a microservice or cloud native architecture. There are a lot of differences between monolithic and microservices, and the starkest is the difference in the way we manage and assemble applications and release them. Our old ways don't work too well.
Mm-hmm.
And everything, when you really think about compiling, building an application, and releasing an application, at the core, at the heart of it is the configuration. What source code did you use when you compile it? And then when you deploy it, it's where did you deploy it to? What were the environment variables? What are the parameters? So there's all these little pieces and parts, even in monolithic. When you go to microservices, that just explodes. It's just like there's so much stuff. You build all these little containers. All this stuff has to be put together. So it's like in the monolithic, we had a nice big puzzle and we put it together. We carefully took it from dev, test to prod. And microservices, we ripped apart the puzzle and now we're just taking one piece at a time. So it's a scaling issue. It really is a scaling issue.
Think of it like the difference between an airliner and a flock of drones. It's any one of them can go, they can be synchronized and go wherever, whatever can happen. Maybe that's
exactly.
Or not.
Exactly.
What do you think is it that? What is the sort of first thing you have to get past moving from monolith kind of thinking architectures? Maybe you've been in that for a while. That's probably not unusual to implementing a microservices containerized or, architecture.
So, I could jump down and get really technical, but I think that the first thing to do is to think about our behaviors and our patterns. I think that we're all learning new behaviors and patterns in many different ways right now. That seems to be the theme for 2020.
In lots of ways, yeah.
Uh-huh. And so in monolithic, we have to think about, we have the luxury of time in monolithic. Time was on our side. Some companies have really achieved a process where they can do continuous deployments, meaning that a small change gets fixed, compiled, gets pushed through the CD pipeline, everything's automated, it goes out to production, that's going at a fairly fast rate. But that's not the majority of companies. The majority of companies still have the luxury of time, meaning that maybe they do a deployment once a day. That's a lot for most companies. But more than likely once a week or once a month, or even less frequent. So when we had the luxury of time, we scripted a lot. We like to say that we automate because we have a CD pipeline, but the CD pipeline calls a whole lot of scripts. It's really a big scripted process, and it's very static. So that's the first thing we have to stop.
Seems like to what you're pointing to is sort of an all or nothing mentality, right? You have to make the whole thing, do all the testing, go through the whole QA process. And I'm not saying every test in the world is run, but you're dropping the whole, code base, if you will. Well,
if you think about it, even if we did it once a day, let's just take that. Okay, if we did it once a day, a deployment, most builds, let's say, take maybe 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours for a really big company. And I know companies who have 8-hour builds, but let's just say 2 hours for a big company. That can be done in a day. Testing, depending on how thorough the change requires, if you're doing some level of functional testing, you can get testing done at a kind of functional level, functional points based on what you know from you had a bill of material report from your build, you compared it from the last build, you saw your differences, that got passed off to the testing team. They did functional testing based on what those changes were. And this is all agile, right? Because we're thinking in terms of incremental. And then get an approval for a release. You can pretty much do that in a day. Even with scripts. But can you do that 150 times in a day?
Oh, that's a huge leap. That
is the difference.
Yeah.
That, in essence, is the difference between a monolithic mindset and a microservice mindset. And we are still, I've been on this my entire career. Basically, I've been on this bandwagon of let's be unscripted, because a scripted environment is really still very static, and it's really quite still manual, and you still have somebody managing those static scripts. That can't happen anymore. We really have to let go of we have to become unscripted, and we really have to think about separating the data from the definition, and being able to scale to hundreds of releases of small components in a day, and understand what that looks like. That is the first place to start when you think about the bigger picture.
When you take away the scripts, what is the things that maybe it doesn't replace it exactly, but what are the things that now come into play? Is it more configuration driven rather than script driven, or what?
Well, I think we are going to see more tools. I mean, we've all understood the importance of job scheduling because we learned about CI, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of developers, they knew what a job scheduler was, but they never used it in their own private environments. So tools like Jenkins came along, or Hudson at the time, and said, you guys have your own job scheduler. You don't have to do this, follow this around workflow orchestration. Let's start thinking about other tools that we can automate. What can we automate in the process that really is really beyond what a script does for automation?
Mm-hmm.
And I think the community as a whole, has to start looking at that, not just one part of it, not just test automation or security scanning automation. It's got to be how do we scale to the kind of requirement that we're going to have to adjust to when we're pushing 100 changes across the pipeline in a day, or 500 changes. To really meet business agility, nothing should be static. Our production environment should be like a transformer. It shouldn't be it's going to be lots of pieces, little Lego sets, but that when it gets to production, we have to think about all of this as something that's shifting and changing at all points in time. It's sort of like one of my favorite movies. Now I can't think of the name of it. What was the movie called?
Who was in it?
I can't think of his name either.
Okay.
He played Jake. I don't know. It'll come to me.
You'll think of
but
it.
They had these really cool images. They had these really cool images where they were doing battles, and the world was shifting constantly. Like the street would shift, and they were like transforming this. And when I saw it, it was like, that's our new production environment.
I can just imagine about 10 movies that might be actually.
Not Doctor Who. About the doctor who got in a car accident and hurt his hand.
Oh, Dr. Strange you're talking about.
Dr. Strange.
There you go. Sorry,
yes, thank you.
Yeah,
yes, Dr. Strange. I loved all those scenes. They were beautiful
awesome,
because it showed a world that was constantly transforming, and nothing, we came from a Buddhist perspective, right?
Mm-hmm.
And nothing is really what it is. Nothing is what we see it to be. And that's what microservices is doing to our production environments. We saw this production environment as a static thing, right? This thing that hardly ever changes, and we have gatekeepers to make sure it doesn't change. Microservice says that's maybe not the best way to go about things. We should be pushing things out to get new innovation out to customers as quickly as possible.
Perfect.
And those
you're not going to get a lot of the benefits, right? If you apply that old paradigm to the new paradigm, new world.
And thank you for reminding me Dr. Strange was it.
Dr. Strange, great. Well,
it's a great
Benedict
movie.
Cumberbatch,
Yeah, that's right. Benedict was in there.
My family, and I have an actor in the family, and well, he's a hunky guy.
He is a hunky guy, but I really love that movie.
It's a great movie.
Yeah.
Well, let's jump to the announcement that you just recently had. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so in this moving from a static world to an ever-changing world, we've got our new release of Deploy Hub out. It took us some time to do it. We really backed off on it and said the tool was really, we had to have a come to Jesus moment, so to speak, and say the tool had too many mouse clicks. So we sat and looked at how we could reduce mouse clicks and how we could make this easier. Because, configuration management and deployments and releases is not easy.
Mm-hmm.
And our goal is to create a SaaS environment where you have a reverse proxy that gives you some protection, and everything you do is simple. How do we make deployment simple in a world that's ever changing?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think we have a back end that simplified the moving pieces, but our front end didn't make it easy for someone to consume it. So we spent a lot of time. 9.0 came out just after 4th of July.
Mm-hmm.
As a result of that, we launched our Ortelius open source community.
Saw that.
We have about 59 people in the community who want to really contribute and become I call them the map makers, because in essence, what we're doing is we're mapping microservices to the logical application and trying to keep track of those configurations as they change. We're really excited. It's been a really good shift. We've gotten a lot of good feedback on the new release. I'm very excited excited about it because I can actually demo it and take a deep dive if I needed to. And before I would be like, okay, guys, I can't figure out where that particular feature is. I don't know why we have it buried. And that was the same response our customers were getting. So we're pretty excited that that's done.
You know, having been as an entrepreneur going through multiple companies and building products from scratch, let me describe this, and I'm wondering if it's maybe an element of what you were facing early on when, you know, you've been around for a while, so you're not like just, you know, launched your first version or anything. But when engineers, software developers don't know what exactly the end user needs or the best way to implement it, oftentimes they'll implement flexibility into the product, which means more ways to do the same thing, options. So, you know, hey, it's a Swiss Army knife now. You can kind of do what you need to do. And when I've done user testing in products like that I've built, the users go, well, if you can do something one way and you can do it a second way, there must be a reason why they're different. Which way do I do it when you intended it just to be flexible? There's those kinds of too much.
Well, that's interesting that you would define that because that's happened in the old version and that just made it more complex. So I sat down and, you know, based on user feedback, and I basically took out anything. If we saw something that could be done in 2 or 3 different ways, we took it out and we addressed that problem. What was the reason why we had to keep trying to find a different way to do that? And the reason was because we had already made it overly complex, and just creating more options made it even more complex. So all of that came out. So I took out a lot of the complexity and the options in order to make it more streamlined. You know, just give me one way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need, you know, I get frustrated sometimes when if I use a map and it'll have all these different options. It's like, just tell me the fastest way. Exactly. I don't want to think about it. I'm driving. Just tell me where to go.
You know, I learned that lesson early in my career. Not that I applied it, but I learned that lesson early in my career in the banking industry when we kind of went through a design, and it was great at handling any situation. And the smart person, experienced person in the room said, no, you're making everybody pay the penalty for the exceptions. Build the rule, how you want them to do it, right? Or how
I think the 80-20 rule has always been a good rule.
Mm-hmm.
You solve the problem for 80% of the customers, and if you lose 20, that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
And if those 20 have such a complex environment, you don't want to build a solution to fit that 20. We were trying to do 100% in our old version, and I really have just had the team look at the 80%, make it simple as possible, because we want it to be easy. We want people to be able to move to a microservice platform and still have the visibility of what their application looks like, even though something underneath the covers may have changed and they don't know that until it doesn't work the same in production. How do they know? We want to be able to get that kind of feedback. So the risk in microservices is reduced.
Excellent. Well, it sounds like some really good lessons from customers and from the field too, to help shape that thinking, to help simplify it.
Absolutely. Our customers were really great. And I have to give them credit. They have had to, you know, we're a startup, we're the product's new, and they've been great in terms of giving us feedback, you know, so kudos to all of them. I appreciate them all.
That's something also you learn doing startups is people really like to help you create your product. They love to give you feedback. You know, sometimes it's critical, which is fine, but, you know, if you ask them for help, almost always they're happy to help and tell you what they think and, you know, understand more, help you understand more about them. It's actually one of the funnest parts of building a company, building a product.
Oh, I love doing product management. It is fun. And that's why I like open source. Because in essence, that's what open source is doing. It's saying, let's get everybody involved in this, solving this problem, not just us. It's not just our problem to own. It's everybody's problem to own. So let's open it up and bring everybody in. And that's why we started Ortelius. We have about 80% of the code base of Deploy Hub is in the Ortelius open source. The 20% is really just the features that truly an enterprise would need.
Enterprise, yep. That's a very common way to do it. I think a very understandable way to do it, because those are some of the kind of specific to enterprise, sometimes even more demanding requirements.
Yep.
Maybe the 20% for everybody else, but it's in the 80% for the enterprise.
Yep.
Good way to think about it.
Yeah.
Just a quick question about the times we're in. You kind of referenced it before. how's the current economic, I hate to bring up the economy and COVID and all that kind of stuff. How's that changed your business at all?
Well, we have, there's a few that have slowed down on moving up from what we call a pro user all the way up to an enterprise user. Mm-hmm. So that's been kind of a bummer. I don't think that they're gone forever. I feel like they will come back. The last announcement showing our GDP, how it tanked, that is a very scary thing because, companies will start, they'll start retracting and they'll start, holding the money, tighter to their chest and not want to spend it because they don't know where that's going. And ironically, that's really a good thing for open source.
One side of the business benefits greatly, the other, okay.
Yeah. So open source and, kind of low cost point products do really well in an economy that's shrinking. When there's plenty of money, companies have less problem writing a check for $200,000. So we fit more into the open source and a more of a freemium model with a consumption model. So I feel like if we just stay the course, keep doing what we're doing, that we will in the long run be fine. I really do. And the other thing is, with COVID, what COVID has taught us is a new way of living. And that living does require the ability for companies to scale. Mm-hmm. And when they have these statically built environments, even if they containerized an application and they're trying to replicate one big fat container over and over and over, they're finding out that it's a very expensive way to go. Mm-hmm. So I think that a lot of companies have thought about now the cost of scaling in a monolithic kind of style, even if it is running in a Kubernetes cluster because it's one big fat container. They're starting to think about microservices more because at the beginning of the year, I was excited to get 2 or 3 discovery calls, and now I'm doing about 5 a day.
Wow.
That's
a great sign, actually.
Yeah, and these are people just, there's this kind of perception I have. Sometimes I talk to people from the neck up. Mm-hmm. Meaning they're thinking about it. They're not ready to buy, but they're thinking about the problem, how to solve it. And then there's a handful that I'm talking to them from the neck down, where it is hitting them right at the gut that they've made some mistakes and they've got to figure out how to correct them. And so I think that I'm seeing a lot of from the neck up. But I think that from the neck up, when it comes to new projects and the economy picking up, they're going to be pushing a microservice architecture.
That way. What's your philosophy about running the business during economic times like this? Not that there's a rule book or a prescription for it, but what do you tell your company? Here's our approach.
Well, we're a small company, so I don't have to be too concerned about having discussions with employees. But we've gone through something similar. I have had to take companies through something similar. We did go through the horrible recession of 2007, 2008. And in any of those cases, we have done everything we can. We didn't lay off we spent a lot of money out of our savings, but we didn't lose a single person during that time. Now, we always, during that period, I think it felt different. There was always a belief that there was nothing that was holding the economy back from kind of getting back in line. I think there was, but we got back in line pretty quick. There was a few governmental changes and things got back in shape. With COVID, it's just scary. There's a lot more uncertainty with a pandemic than there is with a financial crisis, because there's ways to correct a financial crisis, but can the government continue financing everybody to live through a pandemic? Mm-hmm. And when you see that the United States is not capable of managing a pandemic, how long we're just going to have to float with this until there's a vaccine. So I think that uncertainty is worse for the economy. And I don't know what I would be doing if I had a whole lot of people that I had to, make sure they were covered. It would be a very difficult time.
I'm kind of in the same situation where I don't have a, cast of 100 people or something that in our company that I'm running. You bring up some really good points, both about the U.S. and I think another, fundamentally, the virus is out of our control, right? I mean, we can do some response to try to reduce it, et cetera. And your point about the U.S. is well taken. The other is, yes, economies kind of move and change differently during an economic crisis across the world. In this case, I think that virus is the sort of the center of the problem. The recoveries are going to be very different, I think, based on what the U.S. has done to try to prevent or not, what other countries have done. You could have booming economies in other parts of the world where we're still struggling, or vice versa.
Exactly. And to that point, in my discovery calls, I have been speaking to a lot of people in Europe and in India, and they're still kind of cranking along. You speak to the people in the U.S., and you can feel that the uncertainty is far greater than I recognized it to be in 2007.
I've had calls recently with a few folks from Mumbai who said, I can't do the call because we're moving out of the city and I'm going to wherever, and we don't have good internet access where my folks live on the, in the farm or whatever. So there's some interesting pointing out the infrastructure issues in different companies.
Yes.
If you will, we don't have ubiquitous broadband here either. I know that's
no, we don't either.
Another conversation. You and I have chatted off and on to turn the subject. Is it okay to continue topics here a little bit? Yeah. You and I have chatted off and on about women in tech and what the kinds of things that we can do to help really make it much easier, help people attain those kind of achievements in their career, and not just women, but also, of course, people of color. I mean, I've talked about Black people too. In tech, it's just not a lot of folks. Frankly, I feel pretty ashamed about what a poor job we've done it. But before I kind of castigate myself about it, I'd love to hear your story.
Yeah.
Your journey to tech.
So, I've got some years on me. I might not look like it, but I do. And when I went into technology, I was not the only woman. I went to a Star East show, and there was a woman by the name of, I think her name was Angie Jones, and she did a really fabulous presentation on women in tech. And she did it based on advertisements. So she went back and she had advertisements from Vogue and Cosmo magazine, where there were ads with women in the 50s sitting in their adorable shoes and really cute skirts, sitting at a mainframe. We think
June
about
Cleaver in front of a mainframe, right?
Basically, yeah. June Cleaver in front of a mainframe. And she showed that, she showed that how women were the computers in the beginning. And, they were always in the back room. They were doing the filing and the organizing because that is what they were perceived to be doing. And so they were the ones that were running the mainframes. They were the ones that were in technology. And then she showed an interesting shift sometime around the 80s. And she showed commercials from the 80s. One was a boy sitting at a TRS-80. And his little sister was standing behind him watching, not on the computer, but watching. And the dad would come in and show him a skateboard, and he nodded his head, and showed him a basketball, and he nodded his head. He showed him a football, he nodded his head. He brought in the keys to the car, and he nodded his head. So these were and then she showed things like Weird Science, the movie Weird Science, where boys are creating the perfect woman. And she showed how there was a shift in targeting and marketing computers to boys and not to girls. And so and she literally showed how in the 80s, she did research on how many men and how many women were graduating in IT at that time, and the numbers for women were way low. So something happened between 1950 and 1980. I graduated right in the 80s timeframe and went so I don't think I was impacted by that. But I believe at this point that we have now had, 40 years of a culture that has been specific to boys and marketing computers, marketing games. Even if you see games there, you hardly ever see a girl playing a computer game. It's always focused around boys. So there's problem one. We have a cultural problem with that. Number two, the other, if you go back to that point in time, how many Black families could have afforded $1,500. I don't know how much a TRS-80 was at the time, but it was not cheap.
Oh no, you're talking about $2,000 computers to get an
Yeah.
Apple II, or
Yeah, exactly. So
it was extremely expensive.
we don't have that. And even today, we're having discussions about children needing to go to school because they don't have computers, and most of those children are Black and brown.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the cool thing is open source has, if people had access to computers, open source has the ability to be a platform to democratize software development. Because anybody who wants to get involved in an open source community can do so, and they don't have to have a whole lot of experience if the open source community is driven with the correct heart. I was sitting at last year at DevOps World. I went to one of their inclusive lunches, and I was sitting with maybe 2 Black men, and the rest were white women. And I asked, how many people here have contributed to an open source? They all looked at me like I was crazy to even ask the question. And a woman raised her hand, and she goes, well, I did try to commit to the Jenkins community, and nobody ever responded to my pull request.
Interesting.
Now, by that time, Jenkins has already got its good old boys club, and I hate to say it that way, but that's what happened. So open source could be a platform for us to help fix these problems, but I think that open source has created an interesting culture of its own, with committers getting, recognition and badges, and people being kind of put up on a pedestal. And that pull request from that woman who said, I'm going to try, they just didn't pay attention to, and maybe they should have. So if there's a way for open source to be to help democratize the education of more than just the people even coming out of college, there are plenty of people who have never went to. I mean, Bill Gates didn't finish college, So there's ways that we can fix this, but it does require us to recognize that there's a problem in the first place. And I think generally in the United States, that's our biggest issue, is we don't understand that our culture comes from a place of white supremacy. I'm not saying we're not doesn't mean we're all racist. It just means that our culture and our laws have been built by white men, and have been defined by it. And so we live that. And so
it's the whole topic of systemic, not racism, but
yes. But we all have to recognize we live in a white supremacy society, that everything we've done in the past 200 plus years is based on that. So if we can acknowledge that, then we can move forward. But if we can't acknowledge that, it's going to be hard to move forward.
Well, let me first say I contribute to the conversation as both an ally and, I've learned based on where I am in my station in life, I truly don't understand, and I can't understand myself, but I can be an ally for helping. And I've been through the same, because I graduated in early 80s myself. And that was kind of when we were getting rid of the wild things happening at parties, and, women were there as objects, not as, coworkers and all that kind of thing. But I agree with you. It totally swung to the good old boys network, is just exclude people. And we had this whole philosophy, maybe still do, of it's give everybody an even break, create an environment where people have opportunity. And my learning, at least my belief, is that's great, but if it's systemically built against a class of people from gaining and for themselves and being part of the community, giving them an opportunity to be there is just like, okay, yeah, you can commit code, but if we're going to be a good old boy network, what's the ability to commit code? So for me personally, I don't say this anyway to pat my own self on the back. The only thing I figured I could really do, at least at the time, was as I was working with people, and this was probably more with women than it was with people of color, because we're not working with as many, is if there's for example, a salary discrepancy, don't go through the let's step 2, 3, and we'll get you there. If you're 30% behind where the market is, or whatever that number is, go to market. If whatever we're paying people that have that same ability and in that same job, let's put people there and catch it up in one step. And so I think it's to your point about we have to remove some of that systemic part of our environment and not just be welcoming, if you will.
Yeah, and that's hard. I mean, do you think that the folks at Tandy and realized that they were excluding women in technology because they were creating a commercial that showed the little girl standing in the back and the little boy hogging the computer, meaning that's not your toy. They probably didn't recognize that. What they were saying is dads will spend this money on the sons, but they won't spend money on the daughters. So let's market in the way that we know will sell the product. Right.
Good at science, girls on, or whatever, that kind of, nonsense. But
so it's it's so deep in who we are. It's so and if you're a minority, that's just doubled, right? Is you just have, I have challenges being a woman. I in terms of like looking for funding for Deploy Hub, we're looking at 2% of investment go to women, 2%. Wow. So I'm competing with all the women for 2% of the investment dollar, which is literally impossible. I always get, it's too early. And then I'll be on a call with a couple of guys who just got, $2 million on a white paper. Okay, so that's not too early. Mm-hmm. It's like, come on. But I get it. I totally get it. And this is something that we all have to think about and want to solve. We have to have the drive and we have to want to solve it. And, and a lot of people who are already in a place of privilege, they don't want to solve it. What motivates why would they want to solve it? And that's why you have people protesting. We have come to that boiling point where we have to get loud. Mm-hmm. We have to get loud.
Yeah, I count myself as very lucky, not only because I am privileged and all of that, and I am, but my family, my stepkids, I have kind of two generations of kids, my first kids, and then about 7-8 years later, a couple of stepkids who were in their mid-20s. And they think about the world very differently. And the whole systemic racism and discrimination, we have a lot of conversations that are, and also, non-binary sexuality, all kinds of things that challenge me to I don't even know how to talk about it, more or less think about it. It's been super helpful. One of the things I've really discovered in the workplace, though, is as I've worked with people coming out of college, women coming out of college, this generation is fearless when it comes to technology. There aren't tech people and non-tech people. Everybody's a tech person. And, it's like, we did a study with a focus group one time, and this person had poured cement on their back porch. And like, have you ever done that before? No, I'd never done it before. Well, how did you decide you could do this on your own? Well, I looked up on YouTube and I found a video and it was 3 minutes long. I figured if it was 3 minutes long, I could do it. That was how hard it is measure. So maybe some of that will also help. Where it will be a wave at some point of new people that are just going to think differently about it. And I'm hopeful that will be part of the solution too.
Yeah, that's sort of like at DevOps World last year, I met a woman from CloudBees, and I wish I knew her name right now. Beautiful Black woman, fairly high up in the management order of CloudBees. And she sat at a table, a different lunch that I had gone to. And somebody asked her, how did you get to where you're at? And she said, there was a point in my life that I decided to own it. And when I made the decision to own it, it made me realize that I belong at the table. Mm-hmm. I belong in the room, but I had to figure out that I had to own it first. And she said, sometimes it's hard for people to own it because they don't have the confidence. Mm-hmm. They don't have the mentors. They don't have somebody to look up to who owned it before them. And I think that's kind of what you're saying. And the millennials, they owned it because they saw it on a YouTube video and they said, I can do that. So I think that the challenge of women and the challenge of minorities is that we have to own it and we have to step up and we have to be loud about it. We have to remind people that commercial is not appropriate. Don't you get that? Didn't you see that? And that it happens everywhere. I mean, I went to, and this is the last story I'll tell about this topic.
I'm happy to go as long as you want.
But it's a Microsoft story, but it truly did happen. So I went to a Microsoft partner conference, and we got a bag, and they put us on a bus, and we got to go to their store. And it was really beautiful. That campus is gorgeous. It was a lot of fun being there, and they treated us all extremely well, all equally. It was beautiful. Until I went into the store. And I went into the store with my little coupon, which we could get anything we wanted in the store with our coupon. And I saw this really cool black t-shirt, and it just said geek on it. And I'm looking around, and I pull up the extra small men's, and it was pretty big for me. So I went over to the woman at the register, and I said, "Do you have this in the ladies?" She goes, "Well, not exactly that one. We have a pink one." I was like, "Oh, that's even better. I'll take pink. I love pink." So she showed me where to go. I opened it up, and it didn't say geek on it. It says, "I love geeks."
Ouch.
And I held it up, and I was like, I'm supposed to wear this to say I love myself? I'm not sure what this means. So later the next day, we were sitting at a dinner, and I had like 3 Microsoft execs and 2 other partners at the table. And they wanted to start conversation. They said, "So what did you get at the store?"
Oh, here you go. I'm so glad you asked, right?
The guy, they came, and I didn't volunteer. I just was like, the store, that was a bad experience. I didn't volunteer. The guy next to me said, "I got my daughter a t-shirt that says, 'I love geeks.'" I looked at him straight in the eye. I said, "Burn the freaking thing. Are you an idiot?"
That's hilarious. Oh my God.
And he said, "Why? She loves her daddy." And I said, "You don't get it, do you?" And then the other guy sitting next to me on the other side looked at me, and he said, "Oh my God, I am so sorry." And the guy from Microsoft said, "Oh, that's bad, isn't it?" And I was like, "Yeah, it was really bad." So about a month later, I got a gift in the mail, and I opened it up, and it was this really cool dark blue hoodie. In pink across it, it says geek.
Awesome.
With a note from the guy who said, "I'm sorry." He said, "I ordered 500 of these, and I've sent it out to every woman in technology that I know."
That is fantastic. I mean,
Isn't that a great story? And of
it
course, I got an email from the Microsoft exec that told me we've taken them all off the shelves, and we've explained to the person who buys for our store that was not the very appropriate, clothing for our women. It was like nobody else noticed it. What the heck?
Well, that's the whole, systemic part of it is you don't know it's there, and certainly I've been very guilty of that myself too. I know I'm sure there are many situations I don't even know about today, but at least when it was recognized and brought up, the aha moment happened. Better than that is they did something about it. Now,
they did. They corrected
the
it.
world's problems, but it is a step, and that's what I would add to what you said. Is yes, you have to own it as a Black person or a person of color, as a woman. I have to own it. I have to own it too. And I'm not owning it in the same way, but I'm owning it to be an ally and to want to learn and make changes where I can make changes, because that's the action that I can take. I can't speak for a whole class of white males, but that I think is what the other side of it is, because then you change the system, as well as like you're talking about. Is I'm not going to let things get in my way. I'm not going to let people impressions of whatever, or their discrimination or whatever. That is not who I am. I'm this person, and this is what I'm going to do. This is where I'm going to be and how I'm going to get there. So good for you. But that's how I feel about it. I'm sure there's a lot of people that wouldn't agree with me, but
well,
I have 3 very strong women in my life. So there's good reason why I've gotten a little bit of progress in my thinking. Are there any good things happening? Any organizations or groups, or not that that's always the solution to it, but are there any things happening that you would point people to as this is helpful, it's a good book, or it's a good person, or anything like that?
I don't off the top of my head, but I can tell you.
I put you on the spot. Sorry about that.
No, I know, but I can tell you that I'm really proud right now of the Continuous Delivery Foundation, the CD Foundation.
Mm-hmm.
We are really, really, there's several women who are running it. And it's a struggle. It really is, to try to include more women in like the conferences, to encourage them to submit talks. We started something on LinkedIn, a LinkedIn group called the SheDF.
Oh, that's great.
Yes. So the SheDF, where we can encourage each other to submit for talks and to get yourself in front of people. I call it, share your she wisdom, because we need women we just need women back in the picture. And the CDF has done a pretty, they really are focused on and being as inclusive as possible. Women of color, actually being inclusive to as much as we can. The concern about the SheDF was, well, what if they're trans? It's like, well, anybody who relates to being a woman, we don't care where they started. But we're feeling super careful about it. And we have an interesting group of women who are working on it, and I'm very, very proud of them. It's so fun to be on a call, and it's just women. Mm-hmm. If I'm a technical, there'll be one board member who shows up and he's a man, and he's like, whoa, I'm overwhelmed here.
Now you know what it feels like, by the way.
Exactly. We tell them that, too. It's like, now you get it. Because,
now, what's your involvement in
the board?
Okay. Board
on
member.
The board, yeah, and I'm very involved in the outreach. Tracy Miranda, who works for CloudBeast, she runs our open source. We've become very, very close. Even she lives in Canada, I live in New Mexico, but we're on a phone or a Zoom meeting on a regular basis. They call us the Tracy squared, because we both have similar backgrounds. Mm-hmm. So I'm having a lot of fun with it, and we're being just as proactive as possible to get more women involved. But I can tell you, it is a heavy lift, because you have to find them and hang on to them and coach them and encourage them to get their faces out there.
You do. It requires effort, and it requires dedication.
Mentorship.
I totally agree.
Mm-hmm.
From the men of the world, especially.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I mean about our part of the commitment. So I'm certainly no poster person for solving the issue, but I want to do everything I can to help. Anytime you want to come on and talk about that, you're always welcome. Of course, and we'll always talk about Deploy Hub and the great things that are happening at your company, and news and exciting thing there. But I'd love to kind of get some kind of a dialogue going on a semi-regular basis on topics and
that would be great. I think having a topic on getting women in technology and encouraging young girls to go into programming is really, really critical.
So if you're out there and you want to talk about this and have a dialogue about it and help people like me and others understand people of color, whatever it is, non-binary sexuality, all of those things, I think that conversation hopefully can help us move from learning to action. So.
And the good news is we're having the conversation. You're having conversations with your stepchildren that you didn't with your first set of kids.
Oh, no, not at all.
That's already a shift.
Exercising every inherent bias and stereotype or whatever, I'm sure.
That is already a shift. The conversation is where it starts. That's why it's so important to start talking about it.
Well, I have a lot of people to thank. And first couple of managers I had were women, actually. So, and I have reached back to what were some of those experiences I realized I got from it, but I didn't realize it until I thought about it. It was huge, had an influence on me. So I'm trying to give back in some way. So thank you for helping me do that and for helping our audience.
Well, thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure. And yes, I'll come back anytime you want to talk about diversity or any of these topics, because I'm pretty passionate about it all. And if you're out there and you want to get involved in an open source, check out Ortelius. Abraham Ortelius was the first map maker. He created the first world atlas. Talk about a hard job. How would you even do that?
Problem.
He had to go all the way around every continent to do it. That's a serious surveying problem.
That's somebody had a different paradigm in mind for how he's going to go build a map, right?
He had to reimagine it, and we're reimagining how we're mapping out a cluster, and that's why we used his name.
Interesting. You wonder how many things that person did that have carried through today. We don't realize that, we separate the map, we lay it out this way or whatever things because they laid the foundation for it. And maybe you're doing the same thing with
How
our
many
killers.
people do you think told him he was insane?
Well, yeah, I'm sure everyone did. Yeah, especially his family.
You're going to do what? You're going to take a boat along the coastline of every single, I mean, that's insane.
I've sure heard a lot of, that's a dumb idea. You know, what were you thinking?
Why would you want to do that?
Exactly. Well, Tracy Rankin, it's been great. I hope people will check out Deploy Hub, the new release 9, the great things that you've done to simplify the product. I wish you the best. And fundraising or whatever it is, as well as product, and helping us all get code out to into the fabric of our environment faster.
Thank you, Mitch. It's a pleasure.
You bet.
Hey, I want to wish everyone at Media Ops, the whole team, everybody, congratulations on the 100th episode of TechStrong TV. Thank you for all the production work that you do, all the hard work behind the scenes, the scheduling, all of our guests, most of all, just the team that we have. It's a pleasure to work with all of you, and it's a pleasure to do it for the fantastic audience that we have. Thanks for joining us. We look forward to doing 100 more, maybe more than 100 more. Stay tuned. We'll see.
Hey, Mitchell, thank you for those two, and thank you for all you've done on the first 100 episodes of TechStrong TV. That's going to wrap episode 100 of TechStrong TV. Again, thanks to Paul Gustafson, Brian Yaskulker, Andy Weiner, Mitchell Ashley, Charlene O'Hanlon, Jane Grohl, Mike Verzad, John Willis, and so many others. Most of all, thank you all for watching. Here's to the next 100. This is Alan Schimmel. Stay safe, stay well, stay strong. TechStrong, we're out.